Hello, I am the Wizard of Tales, and I'm here to guide you today. I know this video is the perfect companion to help my dear dreamers relax and drift off to sleep. Before we dive into a world of calm and serenity, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Now, get cozy, take a deep breath, and let the magic of stories embrace you. In a remote village, where the aroma of fresh bread mingled with the dust of the mills, lived Clara, a young girl with hair as golden as ripe wheat and eyes the color of wild honey. Her life revolved around her father's mill, Tiago, a man known as much for his skill with grain as for his loose tongue. After a few pints of ale in the local tavern, Clara spent her days helping to grind the wheat, her nimble fingers sewing torn sacks, and her legs tirelessly climbing up and down the mill stairs. As she worked, she hummed old tunes that her late mother had taught her, her notes blending in with the rhythmic grind of the mill's gears. Life was simple, but there was contentment in his routine, even if he sometimes dreamed of something more. It was on a particularly busy night in the tavern that Clara's fate began to change. Her father, intoxicated by cheap wine, and the desire to impress, began to tell increasingly extraordinary stories about his skills as a miller. The tavern was exceptionally full that night, as the king himself was staying in the village, resting from a long journey. "My daughter," shouted Tiago, his voice echoing off the wooden walls of the tavern, "has such an extraordinary gift that she can turn straw into gold." The words escaped his lips before he could contain them, and the silence that followed was deafening. In the darkest corner of the establishment, a crowned figure raised his eyes from his goblet. King Augustus, known for his greed and fascination with gold, was quick to take an interest in the miller's story. The next morning, royal guards knocked on the mill door, finding Clara still drowsy with flour in her apron. Her father, now sober and terrified, couldn't find the words to undo his lie of the night before. "His Majesty requests your immediate presence at the castle," announced the head guard, his stern gaze leaving no room for refusal. Clara looked at her father, who was shaking like a leaf in the wind, his face as pale as the flour he was grinding. She knew that something terrible had happened, but she still didn't understand the magnitude of the trouble her father had gotten her into. The castle was an imposing building of gray stone that towered over the village like a sleeping giant. Clara was led through cold, dark corridors until she reached the throne room where King Augustus was waiting for her. His eyes shone with a mixture of curiosity and greed as she knelt before him. "So," said the king, his voice echoing through the hall, "you are the young woman who can turn straw into gold." Clara felt her heart race. Before she could deny it, her father, who had been brought along, fell to his knees. "Forgive me, Your Majesty. I lied. It was the wine talking. No, my daughter has no such gift." Tiago's words came out in a desperate gush, but the king only smiled a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "If it's a lie," declared the king, rising from his throne, "the punishment will be death for both of you. If it's true," his eyes shone with renewed greed, "if it's true, your daughter will become one of the most important women in the kingdom." Clara was led to a high tower. In the castle, a circular room filled from floor to ceiling with golden straw. A solitary spinning wheel occupied the center of the room, its silhouette casting elongated shadows on the stone floor. The king ordered that by dawn all the straw must be turned into gold, or both she and her father would face the gallows. The heavy door closed with a bang, and Clara found herself alone with an impossible task. Tears began to roll down her cheeks as she sat in front of the spinning wheel, her hands trembling as she touched the spindle. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky with orange hues that penetrated through the tower's only window. It was then that she heard a strange sound, like muffled laughter, coming from a dark corner of the room. Turning quickly, Clara saw a small, peculiar figure emerge from the shadows. It was a little man, no taller than a child, with a wrinkled face and a smile that seemed to hold all the secrets in the world. "It seems you're in trouble, my dear," he said, his voice surprisingly melodious. His eyes shone with an unearthly light, and his long, thin fingers moved constantly as if they were weaving invisible threads through the air. Clara, still trembling, watched the creature approach. "Who? What are you?" The little man bowed exaggeratedly, his smile widening even more. "Who I am is not important, my sweet girl. What matters is that I can help you with your little problem." He gestured to the straw that surrounded them. "I can turn all this into gold by dawn, but of course, my help comes at a price." Clara swallowed her eyes, alternating between the mysterious creature and the mountain of straw that surrounded her. The distant sound of guards patrolling the corridors reminded her of her desperate situation. With her father's life and her own at stake, what choice did she really have? What would the price be? She asked, her voice only a whisper. The elf pointed to the necklace. She wore a simple silver chain that had belonged to her mother. "Just this little memento you carry around your neck. A fair price for your life, don't you think?" Clara hesitated for a moment, her fingers gently touching the necklace. It was her only tangible reminder of her mother, but faced with the situation, there was no choice. With trembling hands, she removed the silver chain and held it out to the little being. The elf took the necklace with one swift movement, his eyes shining with satisfaction as the object disappeared into his robes. "Now, dear, watch the magic happen," he said, approaching the spinning wheel. His nimble fingers began to work with supernatural speed, and Clara watched in amazement as the straw passing through the spindle transformed into threads of pure, glittering gold. The night wore on as the elf worked tirelessly. Clara, exhausted by the tension of the day, ended up falling asleep in a corner of the tower, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the spindle. When the first rays of sunlight broke through the window, she awoke to find the tower full of coils of golden thread, shining like the sun itself. The elf had disappeared as mysteriously as he had appeared. When King Augustus entered the tower that morning, he could hardly contain his euphoria at the sight of so much gold. His eyes sparkled with even more greed than the night before. "Impressive," he exclaimed, running his fingers through the golden threads. "But it's still not enough." Clara's heart sank as the king led her to a second tower 3 times larger than the first, also filled to the ceiling with straw. "Tonight," he declared, "you will once again prove your extraordinary gift." And if you fail, he let the threat hang in the air, unnecessary to complete. Alone again, Clara allowed herself to cry. The sun was beginning to set when she heard the familiar laugh. The goblin emerged from the shadows, his eyes twinkling with mischief. Bigger problems call for bigger prices, he hummed. This time the price was her ruby ring, another maternal heirloom. With a heavy heart, Clara handed over the jewel, and once again the elf worked his magic throughout the night. The next morning, the king found the second tower full of gold, his satisfaction visible, but still insatiable. One last test, he announced, leading Clara to a third tower, larger than the previous two combined. If you can turn all this straw into gold by dawn, you will have the honor of becoming my queen. Clara sat trembling in the tower, knowing she had nothing else of value to offer the elf. When he appeared, his smile was more sinister than ever. No jewels this time? He asked, feigning surprise. Please, Clara begged. I have nothing else to give. The elf circled around her thoughtfully. There's always something to offer, he said, his voice soft, but laden with intent. How about your first child? Clara felt as if all the air had been sucked out of her lungs. The proposal was monstrous, but with death imminent, what choice did she have? What if I don't get married? If I don't have children? Then you'll have nothing to pay, replied the elf, his eyes shining with superior knowledge. But if I do, the child will be mine. With tears in her eyes and a broken heart, Clara accepted the deal. Once again, the goblin worked through the night, turning the immense amount of straw into glittering gold. When the king arrived in the morning, his joy was indescribable. You've proved your worth 3 times over, he declared. As promised, you will be my queen, and together we will rule the richest kingdom that has ever existed. The wedding took place the following week, with all the pomp you would expect from a royal ceremony. Clara, now queen, should have been happy with her new position, but the weight of her promise to the elf tormented her day and night. A year passed, and Clara gave birth to a baby boy with sapphire blue eyes. Her happiness was short-lived, for the same night the goblin appeared in her chambers. I've come to collect my debt, he announced, his eyes fixed on the sleeping baby. Please, Clara begged, clutching her son to her chest. Ask for anything, but not my son. The elf seemed to consider for a moment, scratching his pointed chin. Very well, he said at last. I'll give you 3 days. If you can guess my name, you can keep your son. If not, his smile turned cruel. Well, you know what will happen. Clara spent the rest of that sleepless night cradling her son while her mind swirled with possibilities. How could she find out the name of such a mysterious creature? The next day she sent messengers all over the kingdom to collect all the possible names from the most common to the most exotic. When the goblin returned the following evening, Clara recited dozens of names, John Michael Bartholomew Ricardo. With each attempt, the leprechaun just laughed and shook his head. Wrong, 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 he chanted, clearly amused by her despair. The second day passed in the same way, with Clara trying more and more obscure names. Melchizedek, Nebuchadnezzar, Heliodorus. Again, only laughter was her response. The elf seemed increasingly confident of his victory. On the eve of the third and final day, Clara was on the verge of despair. Her eyes red and swollen from crying, she watched her baby sleeping peacefully in his crib, oblivious to the terrible fate that might await him. It was then that one of her younger messengers, a boy called Pedro, burst into her chambers, panting and wide-eyed with excitement. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, trying to catch his breath, "I have some news that might interest you." The boy told her that while riding through the densest forest in the kingdom, he had gotten lost and found a clearing lit by an unusual bonfire, whose flames danced in shades of green and blue. Clara listened intently as Peter described a small figure dancing around the fire, singing and jumping around frantically. "He sang about how no one would ever guess his name," said the messenger, and then he shouted at the moon, "Not even the queen will know that my name is Rumpelstiltskin." Clara's heart raced when she heard those words. Could it be true? Was this the name of the creature that tormented her? She hugged Peter, tightly rewarding him generously for his discovery, and spent the rest of the day rehearsing the strange name, fearful of forgetting it at the crucial moment. When evening came, the elf appeared as promised, his smile more smug than ever. "Well, my queen," he said, approaching the cradle, "this is your last chance. After today, the baby will be mine forever." Clara feigned hesitation, as if she was still uncertain. She began to recite a list of common names, watching the elf become more and more confident with each wrong attempt. "Maybe Gaspar," she suggested, watching him shake his head negatively. "Or who knows? Balthazar." The elf was already approaching the cradle, his hands outstretched towards the baby, when Clara finally said, "Or would it be Rumpelstiltskin?" The effect was instantaneous. The elf froze in place, his eyes widening in shock and disbelief. "Impossible!" he shouted, his shrill voice echoing through the rooms. "How did you find out who told you my name?" His fury was terrible to witness. The little being started jumping and stomping his feet so hard that the stone floor cracked under his feet. Its face, once cunning and controlled, contorted into a mask of pure rage. "This isn't fair. It's not fair," he screamed as his body began to emit a strange light. Clara shielded her eyes as an intense flash filled the room, accompanied by a deafening sound, like very close thunder. When the light subsided and she could see again, Rumpelstiltskin had disappeared. On the floor where he had been, there was only a dark smoking mark. The baby surprisingly hadn't woken up during all the commotion. Clara ran to the crib and took her son in her arms, tears of relief streaming down her face as she held him. Finally, she was free of the terrible promise she had made. In the weeks that followed, Clara shared her story with the king, who was horrified to learn of the danger his son and heir had been in. Repenting of his greed, he ordered that all the gold produced by the goblin's magic be distributed among the kingdom's needy, keeping only enough to ensure a comfortable life for his family. Clara's father's mill was renovated and turned into a meeting place for travelers to share their stories, always with a special warning about the dangers of making rash promises to magical creatures. Tiago never drank to excess, again dedicating himself to being a present grandfather and storyteller for his grandchildren. Clara herself discovered that her true wealth lay not in gold or the position of queen, but in the love for her son and the wisdom gained through her experience. She became known not only as the queen who defeated the goblin, but as a fair and compassionate ruler, always ready to listen and help her people. At night, when she sang her son to sleep, Clara sometimes thought she heard a distant echo of laughter in the forest, but she never saw the mysterious Rumpelstiltskin again. The mark on the floor of her chambers remained, resisting all attempts to remove it, as a silent reminder of the price she almost had to pay for a lie and a thoughtless promise. Over the years, the story spread throughout the kingdom and beyond, being told and retold in taverns, fireplaces, and cradles, always with an important lesson that a person's true worth lies not in what they can produce, but in the love they carry in their heart and the honesty of their words. Over the years, the kingdom prospered under the compassionate leadership of Clara and King Augustus, who had learned valuable lessons about greed and humility. The little prince, whom they called Benjamin, grew up as a cheerful and curious child, always fascinated by the stories his mother told about the night she almost lost him to a mysterious goblin. As Benjamin approached his 10th birthday, strange events began to occur in the castle. Objects mysteriously disappeared, only to reappear in unlikely places, and sounds of children's laughter echoed through the empty corridors at night. Clara felt a squeeze in her heart every time something unusual happened, fearing that Rumpelstiltskin hadn't really given up on his son. One afternoon, while Benjamin was playing in the castle gardens, a golden ball came rolling to his feet. The prince, enchanted by the shiny toy, followed it to a more secluded part of the garden, where bushes formed a natural labyrinth. Clara, who was watching from her bedroom window, felt a shiver run down her spine as she saw her son disappear among the vegetation. Running desperately through the gardens, Clara called out for Benjamin. Servants and guards soon joined the search, but the prince seemed to have disappeared completely. It was then that Clara noticed a familiar glow coming from inside the labyrinth. It was the same greenish hue as the flames described by Peter years ago. Following her maternal instinct, Clara entered the labyrinth, ignoring the guard's warnings. As she advanced, the air around her seemed to become denser, and strange sounds echoed between the green walls. Whispering voices seemed to call out to her, some as sweet as honey, others as harsh as gravel. After what seemed like an eternity, navigating the winding paths, Clara arrived at a circular clearing in the center of the labyrinth. There Benjamin was sitting on a stone bench, chatting animatedly with a figure she would never forget. But something was different. The elf no longer looked threatening or malicious. Instead, his eyes shone with an ancient sadness. "Mama," Benjamin exclaimed when he saw her without showing any fear. "This gentleman was telling me incredible stories about magic and transformations." Clara approached cautiously, positioning herself between her son and Rumpelstiltskin. "Why did you come back?" she asked, her voice firm despite the fear she felt. "Our agreement was broken when I guessed your name." The elf smiled, but there was no malice in his expression. "Yes, the agreement was broken," he confirmed, his voice softer than Clara remembered. "But I've been watching you all these years, and I've realized something I never understood before." He stood up and began walking in circles around the clearing, his small hands gesturing as he spoke. "For centuries, I collected promised children from desperate parents, turning them into magical beings like me. I thought I was offering them a gift, immortality powers beyond imagination. But watching you and Benjamin, I finally understood the true value of a mother's love." Clara listened attentively, still suspicious but touched by the sincerity in his words. Benjamin, for his part, watched everything with childlike fascination, his blue eyes shining with curiosity. "I haven't come for your son," Rumpelstiltskin continued. "I've come to ask forgiveness and offer a gift not of gold or magic, but of knowledge." He turned to Benjamin, his old eyes meeting the prince's young ones. "Your mother taught me that some things are more precious than all the gold in the world." Out of nowhere, the elf conjured up a small, leather-bound book, its golden pages glinting in the sunlight that filtered through the foliage. "This book contains stories of all the children I've transformed over the centuries. Some sad, some happy, all true. Keep it as a reminder that a mother's love is the most powerful magic there is." Benjamin took the book reverently, his small fingers caressing the old cover. Clara, although still apprehensive, sensed that something fundamental had changed in the elf. His transformation was not physical, but something deeper, more significant. "And now," said Rumpelstiltskin, his form beginning to glow softly, "I must leave. There are other agreements I must undo, other wrongs to right." He bowed deeply to Clara. "You taught me that true magic lies not in turning straw into gold, but in turning fear into love." Before Clara could reply, the elf disappeared in a swirl of colored lights, leaving only the sound of his characteristic laugh echoing in the air. But this time, it was a joyful laugh, free of the malice that had characterized it before. Back at the castle, Clara and Benjamin found King Augustus in a state of agitation, surrounded by worried guards and advisors. When he saw his wife and son returning safely, his face lit up with relief. Benjamin, still holding the mysterious book, ran to embrace his father and immediately began to tell him about his encounter with the magical elf. That night, after Benjamin had fallen asleep, Clara and Augusto examined the book together in their bedroom. The pages revealed extraordinary stories of children from all times and places, some dating back centuries. Each narrative contained not only an account of what had happened to the children, but also the circumstances that had led their parents to make deals with Rumpelstiltskin. "It's amazing how desperation can lead people to make such terrible promises," murmured Augustus, his voice laden with guilt, as he recalled how his own greed had almost cost his son his life. Clara ran her fingers over a particularly touching illustration of a girl transformed into a forest creature. "Every story here is a lesson in the consequences of our choices," she replied softly. Over the next few days, Benjamin became obsessed with the book, spending hours immersed in its stories. Clara noticed that her son was beginning to show a wisdom beyond his years, often making insightful observations about people's motivations and the value of family love. One morning, while walking through the castle gardens, Clara found a small golden sprout growing exactly where Rumpelstiltskin had disappeared. As the days passed, the sprout developed into a unique plant, with leaves that looked like they were woven from pure gold, but were soft and alive to the touch. News of the golden plant spread quickly throughout the kingdom, and soon people were making pilgrimages to the castle to see it. Clara, remembering the lesson she had learned about greed, decided to turn the space into a public garden where everyone could contemplate the beauty of the magical plant and learn about its history. Benjamin, inspired by the stories in the book and the elf's transformation, began to organize weekly meetings in the garden where children from the kingdom would gather to listen to the stories in the mysterious book. Clara watched with pride as her son developed a natural gift for storytelling, his young voice bringing to life the ancient tales of magic and redemption. One day, while Benjamin was leading one of his storytelling sessions, a little girl from the audience raised her hand. "Prince Benjamin," she asked shyly, "what happened to all those children that the goblin transformed?" Benjamin smiled, flipping through the pages of the book until he reached the end, where new words had magically begun to appear over the last few months. The book tells us that Rumpelstiltskin is traveling the world, meeting each of the children he transformed and offering them the choice to return to their human form. Clara, who was watching the scene from afar, noticed a movement in the shadows of the trees. For a brief moment, she thought she saw a pair of sparkling eyes and a familiar smile. But when she blinked, the vision had disappeared. As the years passed, the kingdom prospered, not only in material wealth, but in wisdom and compassion. Clara established a tradition every year. On the date she had guessed the elf's name, the castle opened its doors for a great celebration where stories were shared and promises renewed to value love above any material treasure. Benjamin grew up to become not just a prince, but a keeper of stories. The mysterious book continued to fill with new tales, now not just of magical transformations, but of transformations of the heart. Some people swore they had seen a small, peculiar-looking man visiting the Golden Garden on full moon nights, but he never appeared directly to Clara or her family again. On the eve of Benjamin's 16th birthday, Clara found a small package in his room. Inside were 3 objects she thought she would never see again: his old silver necklace, the ruby ring, and a note written in elegant old handwriting. "Dear Clara," the note said, "these belonged to your mother, and now they return to you. I have learned that some heirlooms are too precious to be traded. Keep sharing your wisdom with the world, because your story has changed not only my life, but the lives of countless others. With eternal gratitude, R." Clara placed the necklace and ring in a small glass box, which was displayed in the Golden Garden, along with the storybook, which magically duplicated itself whenever someone needed it. The place became known as the Garden of Promises, a place where people came not just to admire the beauty of the golden plant, but to remember that true love and honesty are the greatest riches one can possess. And so, what began as a lie, born of a drunken father's vanity, became a story of redemption, love, and the most powerful of magics, the capacity of the human heart to change and grow. Clara Benjamin and the whole kingdom learned that sometimes the greatest treasures are not those that shine like gold, but those that shine with the light of love, wisdom, and forgiveness. In a small village, in the heart of the forest, where the trees danced to the wind and the birds sang their sweetest melodies, there lived a very special family of piglets. Mother Pig, a kind and wise lady, had raised her 3 little ones with all the love and dedication a mother could offer. Now that her little ones were no longer so little, the moment had come that every mother dreads seeing her children off to build their own lives. Cece, the youngest of the siblings, was known for his carefree manner and infectious laugh. He always preferred playing to working and dreamed of endless days of fun. He dressed in colorful clothes and a crooked straw hat he had found on one of his walks through the village. Her easy smile hid a certain immaturity that worried Mamai Porca. Her middle brother Toto had an artistic temperament and loved to play his flute on sunny afternoons. More responsible than Cece, but still far from the necessary prudence, he balanced work and leisure, although his scales always tipped a little more in favor of fun. His dreamy eyes reflected his romantic nature, and his navy blue vest was his pride. Pig, the oldest of the three, was the embodiment of responsibility. Wearing round glasses and an impeccable apron, he spent hours studying books on architecture and construction. His methodical nature sometimes irritated his younger siblings, who didn't understand why he took everything so seriously. One particularly important morning, Mama Pig gathered her 3 children in the cozy living room of their home. The aroma of freshly baked apple pie filled the room as she prepared to have a conversation that would change the fate of her family forever. My dears, she began, straightening her flowered apron, you have grown into wonderful little pigs. The time has come for each of you to go your own way and build your own home. Her eyes shone with a mixture of pride and maternal concern. Cece jumped for joy, already imagining all the parties she could throw in her future home. Toto began, strumming his flute mentally, composing a song about independence. Pig, for his part, adjusted his glasses and began to make notes in his ever-present notebook. But remember, continued Mama Pig, the forest can be a dangerous place. There are creatures that aren't as friendly as they seem. Her tone became more serious. In particular, beware of the big bad wolf. The 3 brothers had heard stories about the dreaded big bad wolf. They said he was a cunning and hungry creature who loved to play tricks on the forest dwellers. His yellow eyes glowed in the darkness, and his breath was so strong that it could knock down small trees. Don't worry, Mama, said Cece with a carefree smile. I'll build my house quickly and have a housewarming party. I'm going to make it a nice cozy house, added Toto, playing a few happy notes on his flute, with a special place for my musical performances. Pig just shook his head, worried about his brother's carelessness. A house needs to be strong and secure, he commented. It's not something you build overnight. Mama Pig gave each of them a small bundle containing provisions and basic tools. Then she hugged them at length, her silent tears wetting the soft fur of her cubs. Always remember what I have taught you, she said. Work hard and help each other. The next morning, the 3 brothers set off in different directions through the forest, each carrying their belongings and dreams. The sun rose lazily through the trees, painting the sky in shades of pink and orange, as if nature itself was blessing this new journey. As they walked along, they didn't notice a pair of yellow eyes watching them from afar. Hidden among the shadows of the oldest trees in the forest, the big bad wolf was licking his lips in anticipation of the feast that those 3 chubby little pigs would provide. The forest, apparently peaceful, that morning held its own secrets and dangers. The ancient trees whispered stories of other animals who had underestimated the threats that resided there. The wind carried not only the dry leaves, but also the echoes of unheard warnings. And so began the great adventure of the three little pig brothers, each going their own way, each about to learn valuable lessons about responsibility, hard work, and perseverance. What they didn't yet know was that their choices in the coming hours and days would define not only the kind of home they would have, but also the kind of piggies they would become. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, the big bad wolf was plotting his evil plans, patiently watching the three brothers' every move. His sinister laugh echoed softly through the trees, promising to turn this adventure into something far more challenging than any of the little pigs could have imagined. The sun was already high in the sky when Cece, the youngest of the brothers, found an open field full of golden straw. Her eyes lit up at the discovery, and a mischievous smile appeared on her rosy muzzle. "Perfect!" he exclaimed, straightening his crooked straw hat. "With all this straw, I can build my house in no time and still have time for a nap." Meanwhile, not far away, Toto wandered through the forest, playing his flute, enchanting the birds that followed him. His footsteps led him to a clearing where several tree trunks had been blown down by a recent storm. What luck, he thought, stowing his flute in the pocket of his navy blue vest. This wood will be perfect for my musical house. Pig, for his part, walked methodically, consulting a map he had drawn during his research. He was looking for the ideal spot near a water source on firm ground and with good visibility. After a few hours of meticulous searching, he found exactly what he was looking for: an elevated spot near a crystal clear stream with a small deposit of clay perfect for making bricks. Cece worked with haste and carelessness, gathering large bundles of straw and tying them together clumsily. "The quicker I finish, the more time I'll have to play," he hummed as he stacked the straw anyway. In a few hours, he had built something that vaguely resembled a house, an unstable structure that swayed in the slightest breath of wind. Toto devoted a little more time to its construction. Between musical breaks, he sawed logs and stacked them, creating walls that, although not perfectly aligned, seemed reasonably firm. He even created a small stage in one corner of the house where he could perform his concerts for the forest dwellers. In the area he had chosen, Pig began his meticulous work. First, he prepared a kiln to fire the bricks he would mold from the local clay. One bad brick can compromise the whole structure, he muttered to himself, carefully measuring each block before firing it. The big bad wolf watched each of the brothers from a distance, surprised by the different approaches they took. His yellow eyes shone with satisfaction as he saw the fragility of Cece's house. "That'll be my appetizer," he thought, licking his lips. Toto's house didn't look very challenging either, but Pig's dedication irritated him deeply. As the day progressed, Cece had already finished her house and was organizing a small housewarming party. She invited some rabbits and squirrels from the neighborhood who looked worriedly at the shaking straw walls, but didn't want to disappoint the cheerful Pig. "Look at that," boasted Cece, dancing in circles. "I finished my house in one day. Who needs so much work when you can do something so fast and fun?" The forest animals exchanged apprehensive glances, but smiled politely. Toto was also making progress with his construction, albeit more slowly. In between hammering, he often stopped to play his flute, claiming that music helps the wood fit together better. His house was beginning to take shape with irregular windows and a door that creaked melodiously, while his younger brothers could already see the end of their work. Pig was still in the early stages of construction. Each brick was carefully inspected before being laid, and the foundation was measured and remedied to ensure total stability. At night, when Cece was sound asleep in her straw bed, and Toto was strumming the last notes of the day on his flute, Pig was still working by lamplight, consulting his books and making precise calculations for the next day. The big bad wolf, hiding in the shadows, watched everything with growing impatience. The straw house would be his first visit, that was for sure. After that, that shabby wooden structure wouldn't last long. As for the brick house, well, he'd have to think of something special for that one. The next few days brought more of the same Cece, enjoying her new life, off organizing parties and playing games Toto, alternating between working on his house and giving small concerts for his admirers in the forest. And Pig, methodical and tireless, continuing his construction, brick by brick. The wind whispered between the ancient trees of the forest, carrying with it the omen that soon those three different approaches to life would be put to the test. The dark clouds that were beginning to form on the horizon seemed to echo the approaching threat, but only Pig seemed to notice the signs of danger. Mother Pig, in her house in the village, looked out of the window every night, thinking of her three cubs. Her maternal heart knew that challenges awaited them, but she also trusted that the lessons she had tried to teach them would eventually make sense, even if the hard way. And so, as the moon rose in the starry sky, three different fates were being sealed, one by haste and carelessness, another by partial dedication, and the third by prudence and perseverance. What none of the brothers knew was that their choices would soon be tested in the most dramatic way possible. The morning arrived with a different air in the forest. The wind blew stronger than usual, and the dark clouds on the horizon announced that changes were to come. The big bad wolf, who had been patiently waiting for the right moment, decided it was time to put his plan into action. Cece was in his straw house, lying in a makeshift hammock, humming nonchalantly. After a few days, his house was already showing clear signs of deterioration. Parts of the roof were beginning to crack, and the walls were shaking every time a strong breeze blew through. Knock, knock, knock. The sound echoed through the fragile structure, making Cece jump with fright. "Who's there?" he asked, his voice shaking slightly. "It's me, a tired traveler in need of shelter," replied a gruff voice from outside. It was obviously the big bad wolf, trying to disguise his voice. Cece, despite being carefree, remembered her mother's warnings. "I'm sorry," she replied, "but I can't open the door to strangers." The big bad wolf, losing patience, revealed his true nature. "Then I'll blow and blow until your house falls down." And filling his huge lungs with air, he blew as hard as he could. The straw house didn't stand a chance. With a single, powerful blow, the structure crumbled like dust in the wind. Cece, in a panic, barely had time to grab her hat before she was running towards her brother Toto's house. "Toto, Toto, open the door," screamed Cece desperately, banging on the door of the wooden house. Her brother, who was rehearsing a new tune, quickly let him in. "What happened?" asked Toto, worried by his little brother's agitated state. "The big bad wolf. He destroyed my house with one blow," explained Cece, still panting. Mom was right about him. They had barely finished talking when they heard it again. Talk, talk, talk. Piggies, piggies, let me in. The big bad wolf's voice now didn't even try to disguise its threatening nature. Never, replied the two brothers in unison. Then I'll blow and blow until this house falls down. The wolf filled his lungs again, this time needing two powerful blows to make the wooden house start to give way. The boards creaked, the windows shook, and with a third devastating blow, Toto's house began to collapse. The two brothers, holding only Toto's flute and Cece's hat, ran towards Pig's brick house. Meanwhile, Pig continued his methodical work, now finishing off his sturdy building. He had installed a sturdy chimney windows with reinforced locks and a solid oak door. Pig, pig, please let us in, his brothers shouted in desperation, banging frantically on the door. Pig, who had expected something like this, quickly opened the door for his brothers and locked it again. Are you all right? He asked, adjusting his glasses as he examined his frightened siblings. The big bad wolf destroyed our houses, explained Toto, still shivering. He blew and blew until they fell down. Pig shook his head, serious expression on his face. That's why I was so insistent on the importance of solid construction. This house was made to withstand any threat. It wasn't long before they heard the menacing voice of the big bad wolf. Piggies, piggies, this house is going to fall down too. I'm going to blow and blow until there's nothing left. The wolf filled his lungs and blew as hard as he could, but the house didn't move. He blew again and again until he was red with exhaustion, but the building stood firm. Frustrated with his failure, the big bad wolf began to circle the house, looking for any weak points. His yellow eyes lit up when he spotted the chimney. If I can't get in through the door, he thought, I'll go down the chimney. Inside the house, Pig had already foreseen this possibility. He quickly instructed his brothers to help him with his plan. While the wolf climbed onto the roof, they lit a large fire in the fireplace and put a huge cauldron of water on to boil. The big bad wolf, confident in his new plan, began to climb down the chimney, imagining that he would take the three little pigs by surprise. What he didn't expect was the cauldron of boiling water that awaited him. With a howl of pain, the big bad wolf shot out of the chimney, his tail scorched and his pride wounded. He ran away, vowing never to return to that part of the forest. The three siblings, finally safe, hugged each other in relief. Cece and Toto, especially, were beginning to understand the value of their mother's words and their older brother's example. Sorry, Pig, said Cece, crestfallen. You tried to warn us about the importance of doing things right. Yes, agreed Toto, holding up his flute. We could have lost a lot more if it hadn't been for you. Pig smiled gently at his brothers. The important thing is that you're safe now, and it's never too late to learn and start again. As night fell over the forest, the three brothers sat together around the fireplace. Toto played a soft tune on his flute. Cece helped Pig prepare dinner, and for the first time, the three siblings truly appreciated the value of a job well done and family togetherness. News of what had happened soon spread through the forest, reaching the ears of Mother Pig, who smiled proudly when she heard that her children had not only survived the danger, but had also learned valuable lessons in the process. After escaping from the big bad wolf, the lives of the three little pigs began to take a new direction in the brick house Cece and Toto, still shaken by the loss of their home, began to take a closer look at how their older brother organized every aspect of daily life. The brick house, which had previously seemed excessively spacious for a pig, now perfectly accommodated the three siblings. Pig had planned several rooms, as if he knew that one day he would need to house his family. The kitchen was large and well equipped, the study room full of useful books, and there was even a small stage where Toto could practice his music. "You know," said Cece one morning as she helped Pig organize the pantry, "I never thought tidying up could be so satisfying." He had discovered that keeping everything in order was not only practical, but also brought a sense of accomplishment. Toto, for his part, began to incorporate more discipline into his music. Instead of playing randomly throughout the day, he set specific times to practice, allowing him to also take part in household chores. "Music sounds better when you have a purpose," he commented, after helping to build a new fence around the house. Pig watched the changes in his brothers with silent satisfaction. Although the situation that brought them together was frightening, it provided a unique opportunity to grow together. He began to teach his brothers about construction, sharing his knowledge in a patient and methodical way. One day, while they were working together on the garden they had started, they heard a commotion coming from the forest. It was a group of animals running scared. "The big bad wolf," they shouted. "He's back and angrier than ever." The three brothers looked at each other worriedly. Apparently, the wolf hadn't given up completely. Pig quickly led everyone into the house, including the frightened animals seeking refuge. "We needn't fear," said Pig, adjusting his glasses. "This house was built to withstand any threat." Even so, they could see that the wolf had changed his tactics. Instead of attacking directly, he began to circle the area, intimidating the forest dwellers and isolating the house. Cece, who would have hidden in fear before, now showed new courage. "We can't let him terrorize our forest friends," he declared, surprising his brothers with his determination. Toto agreed, his flute firmly held in his paws. "We need to come up with a plan to protect not just us, but the whole community." The three brothers gathered in the study room, where Pig kept his precious books and projects. Together, they began to develop a plan that combined Cece's creativity, Toto's musicality, and Pig's ingenuity. Over the next few days, they worked tirelessly. Pig taught his brothers how to build small, safe havens scattered around the forest using simplified but efficient techniques. Cece, with her sociable nature, organized the animals into groups for surveillance and mutual support. Toto developed a system of musical signals that could alert everyone to the wolf's presence. The transformation of the three brothers was remarkable. Cece, once so carefree, now responsibly led the teams building the shelters. Toto used his music not just for entertainment, but as a vital communication tool. And Pig, always so focused on his own projects, was learning to adapt his knowledge to help others. Mama Pig, who occasionally visited them, could hardly believe how much her children had changed. "You've grown so much," she said, with tears in her eyes, during one of her visits. "Not just in skill, but in wisdom and compassion." News of the three little pigs' actions spread through the forest. Other animals began to seek them out, asking for advice on how to protect their own homes. The brick house became a center of learning and cooperation. The big bad wolf, realizing that his bullying was no longer having the same effect, began to show signs of frustration. His nocturnal howls sounded more like wails than threats, and his presence, once so feared, began to seem more pathetic than frightening. One night, as the three siblings were getting ready for bed, Cece made an interesting observation. You know, I used to think that building a house was just about having a place to live. Now, I understand that it's about creating a safe place, not just for us, but for everyone who needs help. Toto, softly strumming his flute, added, and it's not just about the physical structure. It's about building relationships, trust, and community. Pig smiled, proud of how his brothers had matured. Exactly. And the stronger we build those bonds, the harder it will be for any big bad wolf to defeat us. The full moon shone through the reinforced windows of the brick house, illuminating the three brothers who, united, had found a strength that none of them possessed individually. What had begun as a story of survival was turning into a lesson in the power of unity and perseverance. And as the wind blew gently outside, carrying with it the last notes of Toto's lullaby, the three brothers knew that there were still more challenges ahead, but now they were prepared to face them together, stronger and wiser than ever. The transformation of the forest was visible to everyone who lived there. What had once been a place of fear and mistrust had now become an example of cooperation and community strength. The three little pig brothers had not only overcome their own differences, but had also inspired a profound change in the whole community. One particularly hectic morning, while Pig was supervising the construction of yet another community shelter, Cece ran up to him with alarming news. Pig, the squirrels in the northern region have just reported that they found the big bad wolf wounded in a hunter's trap. Toto, who was nearby teaching a group of young rabbits to use his musical alert system, quickly joined the brothers. The three of them looked at each other thoughtfully. The big bad wolf, their old enemy, was now in danger. What should we do? Asked Toto, his flute, resting restlessly on his paws. After everything he's done to us. Pig adjusted his glasses, a serious expression on his muzzle. We can't ignore someone in danger, even if they are our enemy. Mom always taught us about compassion, remember? Cece, who had matured so much, nodded. Pig is right. Besides, maybe this is an opportunity to show Lobo that there is a better way to live. The three brothers quickly organized a rescue team. Pig brought his first aid kit, Toto prepared a makeshift stretcher, and Cece gathered some of the strongest animals in the forest to help with transportation. When they found Lobo, the scene was heartbreaking. He was thin, his once lustrous fur was now dull, and his hind paw was caught in a cruel trap. When he saw the three little pigs approaching, his yellow eyes widened with a mixture of fear and shame. Have you come? Have you come to laugh at me? He asked, his voice hoarse and weak, very different from the powerful howls of yesteryear. No, replied Pig, gently approaching with care. We've come to help. The wolf remained silent as the brothers worked together to free him from the trap. Pig used his technical knowledge to dismantle the mechanism, while Toto softly played his flute to calm the wolf, and Cece organized the other animals for transport. Why are you helping me? Asked the wolf. confused as he was carefully placed on the stretcher. "After everything I've done, because it's the right thing to do," replied Cece, simply a wisdom in her voice that would have surprised her younger self. They took the wolf to the brick house where Pig had prepared a space for his recovery. Over the next few days, the three brothers took turns caring for their old enemy. Toto played soft music to help him sleep. Cece told stories to distract him, and Pig tended to his wounds with precision and patience. Gradually, the wolf began to change. Not only was his paw healing, but something in his heart was also transforming. He watched with growing admiration as the three brothers worked together, as the forest community respected them, and as everyone seemed happier in this new way of life. "I never understood it," he confessed one evening as the four of them shared a meal. "I always thought I needed to terrorize others to be strong. But you're stronger together without having to scare anyone." Mother Pig, who visited, often smiled as she saw the transformation not only of her children, but also of her former adversary. "Sometimes," she said wisely, "our greatest lessons come from the most unexpected places." As the wolf recovered, he began to take part in community activities. His strength, once used to destroy, now helped to build new shelters. His knowledge of the forest became invaluable for establishing safe routes and identifying dangerous areas. One day, while everyone was working together on a new community project, Pig observed something extraordinary. Cece was teaching basic building techniques to a group of young animals. Toto was coordinating a choir that included all kinds of forest creatures and the wolf. The wolf was using his strength to help carry building materials with a genuine smile on his muzzle. "Who knew," Pig commented to himself, that decision to build a brick house would lead us here." The forest had become a place where different species lived in harmony, where strength was not measured by the ability to intimidate, but by the willingness to help. The brick house, which began as a refuge for a prudent little pig, became a symbol of unity and hope for the whole community. And so, the story of the three little pigs continued to inspire generations, not just as a tale about the importance of a job well done, but as a lesson in the power of perseverance, compassion, and the capacity for transformation. Even the most unlikely of enemies could become a friend, and even the most carefree of brothers could become a responsible leader. The moon continued to shine over the brick house every night, illuminating not just a well-built structure, but a home where wisdom, music, and joy mingled in perfect harmony. And if you pass through that part of the forest today, you can still hear Toto's melodies, Cece's laughter, Pig's wise advice, and surprisingly, the friendly howl of a wolf who has learned that true power lies in togetherness and love. In the bustling streets of Agrabah, where the intense sun turned the sand into a golden carpet, Aladdin leapt nimbly between the market stalls. His bare feet already knew every stone and every shortcut in the city that was both his home and his playground. With his shaggy black hair and threadbare clothes, he might have looked like just another young beggar to the hurried shopkeepers, but his charismatic smile and sparkling eyes revealed a different soul. "Catch thief!" The cry echoed through the market as Aladdin, with a loaf of newly acquired bread under his arm, deftly dodged the crowd. Beside him, his faithful companion, Abu, a small brown furred monkey chirped excitedly, also carrying his share of the booty. "It's not stealing to survive, is it, Abu?" Aladdin winked at his furry friend as he dodged down a narrow alleyway. The furious vendor lagged behind, shaking his fists in the air. For Aladdin, every day was a new adventure on the streets of Agrabah, even if not always for the noblest of reasons. At the same moment, inside the majestic palace that towered over the city like a glittering jewel, Princess Jasmine watched the horizon from her golden balcony. Her long black hair danced in the brief desert breeze, while her pet tiger Raja rested lazily at her feet. The princess sighed, bored with the walls that imprisoned her and the rules that dictated her life. "Another suitor today, Raja," she murmured, stroking the tiger's head. "Another arrogant prince who only sees a crown, not a person." The animal growled in sympathy. The laws of the kingdom were clear. Jasmine had to marry a prince before her next birthday, which was fast approaching. Meanwhile, in the depths of the palace, Grand Vizier Jafar was plotting in his gloomy office. Tall and slender, with his black and red robes and snake-shaped staff, he was the embodiment of ambition. Next to him, Iago, his sarcastic red parrot, watched as the vizier consulted ancient scrolls. "The lamp must be somewhere, Iago," Jafar muttered, his black eyes shining with malice. "And when I find it, not even the Sultan can stand in the way of my destiny to rule Agrabah." His obsession with the legendary magic lamp grew by the day, as did his plans to usurp the throne. Back on the streets, Aladdin finally reached his refuge, an abandoned building at the top of the city with a privileged view of the palace. Sharing his bread with Abu, he watched the sun set over the golden domes. "Look at that, Abu," he said, pointing to the palace. "People with so much, while others have so little." The monkey nodded, chewing thoughtfully. "One day, friend, things will be different. One day we'll live in a palace, have servants and treasures." His reverie was interrupted by a commotion in the streets below. A new prince was arriving to woo the princess, his extravagant entourage pushing people out of the way. Aladdin watched with disgust at the display of arrogance. The next day, Aladdin was again in the market streets when he saw something that would change his life forever. A little girl was crying after a cruel shopkeeper snatched an apple from her hands. Without thinking twice, Aladdin grabbed an apple from another stall and handed it to the little girl, who smiled gratefully before running off. It was at that moment that he saw her, a young woman of extraordinary beauty, watching the scene with approval. Jasmine had escaped from the palace, disguised in simple clothes, determined to experience life beyond the royal walls. Their gazes met, and something inexplicable passed between them. Before Aladdin could approach, palace guards appeared searching for the missing princess. In the ensuing confusion, a mysterious old man approached Aladdin, whispering about a magical cave in the desert and a treasure that could change his life. "Only someone with a pure heart can enter the Cave of Wonders," said the old man, who was actually Jafar in disguise. "Someone like you, young man." Aladdin, still thinking about the mysterious market girl and dreaming of a better life, didn't notice the malice in the old man's eyes. He accepted the proposal, unaware that he was about to be involved in an adventure far greater than he could have imagined. That night, as the moon illuminated the desert dunes, Aladdin and Abu followed the mysterious old man out of the city. The Cave of Wonders appeared out of the sand like an apparition, the head of an enormous tiger with eyes as bright as rubies. "Remember," warned the old man, "bring me only the lamp. All the rest of the treasure you find will be yours." His words were honey, but they hid poison. Aladdin looked at Abu, who was clinging nervously to his shoulder. "Well, friend, what could possibly go wrong?" He smiled, trying to hide his own apprehension. With a determined step, he crossed the fangs of the cave, descending into the mysterious depths that would change his fate forever. What he didn't know was that that night would mark the beginning of a journey that would test not only his courage, but also his character. Story where he would discover that true riches don't always shine the brightest, and that love can be found in the most unexpected places. Meanwhile, above the city, Princess Jasmine was also thinking about the kind young man she had met in the market, without imagining that their paths were about to cross in ways that neither of them could have foreseen. The darkness of the Cave of Wonders engulfed Aladdin and Abu as they descended a long stone staircase. The young man held a torch that the mysterious old man had given him, its dancing flames casting sinister shadows on the ancient walls. Abu clung tightly to his friend's shoulder, his small eyes wide with apprehension. "Calm down, Abu," whispered Aladdin, trying to sound more confident than he really felt. "Think of all the treasures we can find down here. We'll never have to steal to eat again." As they advanced, the cave opened up into a gigantic chamber that took Aladdin's breath away. Mountains of gold jewels and precious artifacts stretched as far as the eye could see, shining like earthly stars in the light of his torch. Abu immediately jumped off Aladdin's shoulder, mesmerized by an enormous ruby the size of an orange. "Abu, no," Aladdin warned, remembering the old man's warning. "We can only touch the lamp. Remember." The monkey pouted, but reluctantly moved away from the tempting jewel. As they crossed the sea of riches, Aladdin couldn't help thinking about the girl in the market. With all that wealth, perhaps, he could impress her, offer her a life of comfort and luxury. His thoughts were interrupted when something caught his eye, an ornate carpet floating a few centimeters above the ground. "Abu, do you see that?" Aladdin rubbed his eyes in disbelief. The carpet, realizing it had been noticed, waved one of its tassels as if greeting the visitors. "It's a flying carpet, a magic carpet." The carpet approached gracefully, making a theatrical bow that drew laughter from Aladdin. Abu, initially frightened, soon found himself fascinated by his new magical companion. The carpet began to make animated gestures, as if it wanted to show them something. "Do you know where the lamp is?" asked Aladdin. The carpet nodded vigorously and began to float towards a distant staircase. "Good. Show me the way, friend." Outside the cave, Jafar maintained his elder disguise, but his patience was beginning to wear thin. "That brat is taking too long," he grumbled to Iago, who was hiding in his robes. "The lamp should be in my hands before dawn." Back inside the cave, Aladdin, Abu, and their new magical friend reached an isolated chamber. In the center, on a high stone pedestal, rested an old, unadorned bronze lamp. Mysterious rays of light converged on it, as if the whole place had been built to protect this simple object. "All this way for that old lamp," Aladdin commented, carefully climbing the steps of the pedestal. Abu made a sound of disappointment, clearly more interested in the treasures they had left behind. When Aladdin finally picked up the lamp, a strange sensation ran through his body as if he were holding something alive and pulsating. Before he could examine his discovery further, a high-pitched scream echoed through the chamber. Abu had succumbed to temptation and grabbed a huge red jewel. The ground began to shake violently, and a thunderous voice reverberated throughout the cave. "You have perverted the forbidden treasure. Now you will suffer the consequences." "Abu, what have you done?" Aladdin shouted as the walls began to crumble and bubbling lava gushed out of the ground. The flying carpet quickly glided towards them, offering an escape route. The desperate escape through the collapsing cave was a blur of movement and chaos. The carpet zigzagged between collapsing pillars and jets of lava, while Aladdin clung tightly to the lamp with one hand and Abu with the other. Behind them, a veritable tsunami of treasure and destruction was chasing them. "I can see the way out," Aladdin shouted, hopefully spotting moonlight through the cave's fangs. However, a giant rock came crashing down on the carpet, throwing them into a wall. Aladdin managed to cling to a rocky ledge, but was rapidly losing strength. Up above, the old man held out his wrinkled hand. "Quickly, young man, give me the lamp, and I'll pull you up." "Hang on, Abu," Aladdin shouted, trying to reach the outstretched hand while protecting his furry friend. With a lot of effort, he managed to hand the lamp to the old man, who immediately changed his worried expression to one of evil triumph. "Finally," Jafar exclaimed, his voice returning to normal as he ripped off his disguise. "After all these years, you," Aladdin gasped, recognizing the dreaded vizier of the palace. Before he could react, Jafar stepped on his toes with force. "Your reward for your services," he laughed cruelly, watching Aladdin and Abu plummet into the darkness of the collapsing cave. The flying carpet dived after them, trying to catch up, but it was too late. The last thing Aladdin saw before losing consciousness was Jafar's triumphant face disappearing as the cave entrance closed, forever sealing them in the dark depths. Hours passed before Aladdin regained consciousness. He was lying in a small, natural cave, dimly lit by phosphorescent crystals on the walls. Abu and the flying carpet were beside him, the monkey anxiously trying to wake him up. "I'm fine, Abu," Aladdin groaned slowly, sitting up. "But we're stuck down here." His gaze wandered around the cave until he noticed something glowing in a corner. The lamp. Apparently, during the confusion, Abu had managed to steal it back from Jafar. "You're amazing, you know that." Aladdin laughed, hugging his little friend. Picking up the lamp, he noticed an almost faded inscription on its surface. "There's something written here, but it's very dirty." He began to rub the lamp with the sleeve of his robe, without imagining that this simple gesture was about to change his life forever. The lamp began to shake in his hands, emanating a bright blue light. Colored smoke poured out of the nozzle, filling the small cave, as a powerful, jovial voice echoed, 10,000 years can give you quite a kink." The blue smoke gradually solidified into the shape of a colossal imposing figure with bright blue skin and a small black tuft on his head. The genius, as he introduced himself with a theatrical bow, filled the small cave with his magnetic presence and exuberant personality. "Wow, wow, wow, look who we have here," the genie exclaimed, materializing several spotlights that illuminated Aladdin. "My new master, allow me to introduce myself properly." With a snap of his fingers, A lively tune began to play out of nowhere, as the genie multiplied into several versions of himself, each with a different instrument. Aladdin and Abu watched, in amazement, as the genie performed a musical number explaining the rules of the 3 wishes. Rule number 1, I can't kill anyone. Rule number 2, I can't make anyone fall in love. And rule number 3, I can't bring anyone back from the dead. Other than that, just ask 3 wishes. Aladdin asked, still trying to process the surreal situation. Anything. Well, there are some limitations as I mentioned in the song, which by the way was sensational, don't you think? The genie winked, prompting a small audience of applause. But yes, practically anything. Riches, fame, power. Although, I'd always suggest starting with getting out of this cave, considering the circumstances. Aladdin smiled cunningly. What if I don't use a wish to get out of here? What if you take us out of the goodness of your heart? The genie was momentarily speechless before bursting into laughter. Ah, that's clever. It's been a long time since I've met a master with a sense of humor. But okay, you win, kid. I'll get you out of here for free, as a courtesy to the house. With one dramatic movement, the genie transformed into a rocket, grabbed Aladdin Abu and the carpet, and shot through the ceiling of the cave, punching through layers and layers of rock until they emerged in an oasis in the middle of the desert under the starry sky. And here we are, announced the genie, returning to his original form. Now about those 3 wishes. Aladdin sat on the edge of a small pond, thinking deeply. The image of the mysterious market girl, who he still didn't know was Princess Jasmine, danced in his mind. Genie, have you ever fallen in love? The question took the magical being by surprise. His usually playful expression softened. Well, in 10,000 years, you end up seeing a lot of love pass by. But personally, let's just say it's hard to maintain a relationship when you live in a lamp. There's this girl, Aladdin began, and the genie immediately transformed into a therapist with glasses and a notepad. She's amazing, but she's a princess, and the law says she can only marry a prince. Ah, the classic forbidden love dilemma, Genie exclaimed dramatically. You know there's a very obvious solution to that. He snapped his fingers, and suddenly Aladdin found himself dressed in luxurious royal clothes. Can you turn me into a prince? Aladdin's eyes lit up at the possibility. I can turn you into anything you want. Boy, prince, king, emperor. Even a movie critic. Although I wouldn't recommend the last option. The genie joked, making royal poses. Aladdin stood up excited. So, Genie, I wish you to turn me into the richest and most powerful prince Agrabah has ever seen. Your wishes are my orders, master. With a grand gesture, the genie began to weave his magic. Rays of colored light enveloped Aladdin, transforming his shabby clothes into a white and gold costume worthy of royalty. Abu was transformed into an elegant elephant, while magical fireworks exploded in the night sky. Presenting, announced the genie in an announcer's voice, His Royal Highness, Prince Ali Ababwa. Meanwhile, in the palace, Jafar was furious. His frantic search for the lamp in his chambers had yielded no results. That miserable monkey must have stolen it. He vociferated, knocking objects off his desk. Maybe it's time to change tack, suggested Iago, his parrot. The princess still has to get married before the next sunset. Jafar's eyes twinkled with mischief. Yes, perhaps it's time to convince the Sultan to see things my way. His snake-shaped staff began to glow ominously. The next morning, Agrabah awoke to an unprecedented spectacle. A grand procession was crossing the city streets, led by a young prince on a majestic white elephant. Dancers, musicians, and servants handed out gold coins to the amazed populace. The genie, disguised as a royal advisor, enthusiastically coordinated the show, occasionally transforming himself into different people in the crowd to start chants of Prince Ali Magnificent, is he Ali Ababwa? At the palace, Jasmine watched the procession from her balcony with disinterest. Just another arrogant prince, she sighed to Raja. However, there was something familiar about that young man that she couldn't quite identify. Aladdin or Prince Ali felt his heart racing as he approached the palace. Under all that luxury and pomp, he was still the same boy from the streets, dreaming of winning the heart of a princess. What he didn't know was that his journey of self-discovery had only just begun, and that the greatest lessons about love, honesty, and courage were yet to come. The big question on his mind was how long could he keep up this charade? And more importantly, when the truth came out, would his true self be enough to win not just a kingdom, but the heart of a princess? The great hall of the palace shone with sunlight through the colorful stained glass windows. When Prince Ali was introduced to the Sultan, the chubby, good-natured ruler was immediately charmed by the young visitor, especially after Aladdin presented him with a golden mechanical watch that the genie had conjured up. Extraordinary, simply extraordinary, exclaimed the Sultan, examining the gift with sparkling eyes. You must know my daughter Jasmine. She's not interested. Jasmine's firm voice echoed through the hall as she entered her tiger Raja, following her faithfully. Her eyes met Aladdin's, and for a moment something familiar seemed to pass between them. Jafar watched the scene from the shadows, his fingers gripping his staff with increasing strength. Just another insignificant prince, he muttered to Iago, but there's something about him that bothers me. Determined to impress the princess, Aladdin approached with an elegant bow. Your Highness, I know you must be tired of suitors, but I ask only for a chance to prove myself. Jasmine raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unusual humility in his words. And how do you intend to do that, Prince Ali? With a confident smile, Aladdin held out his hand. How about a walk I promise to show you a whole new perspective of Agrabah? The magic carpet was waiting on the palace balcony, disguised as an ordinary carpet. When Jasmine hesitantly accepted Aladdin's hand and climbed onto it, her eyes widened in surprise as she watched him gently levitate. Trust me, whispered Aladdin, words that echoed a distant memory in Jasmine's mind. The carpet took off smoothly, carrying them beyond the palace walls. The city stretched out below them like a living map, the streets winding between the buildings like golden rivers under the setting sun. Jasmine couldn't contain her admiration, her fingers entwined firmly in Aladdin's. It's incredible, she sighed as they flew over the rooftops where, unbeknownst to her, Aladdin used to sleep. I've never seen Agrabah like this. As they flew, Aladdin began to show a surprisingly intimate knowledge of the city and its people. He pointed to a small square where children played, told stories about the market traders, and shared secrets that only someone who lived on the streets could know. How do you know so much about the lives of ordinary people? Jasmine asked, her curiosity growing. Aladdin hesitated, his heart torn between the truth and the need to maintain his charade. I believe that a true leader must know all aspects of his kingdom, not just the palaces. As night fell, they landed on a distant rooftop, sharing a simple meal that Genius had discreetly provided. The stars began to dot the dark sky, and conversation flowed naturally between them. "You know," said Jasmine, "you're different from the other princes. There's something about you that reminds me of." She stopped studying his face more closely. Aladdin's heart raced. "Reminds you of what?" "Someone I met at the market," she replied slowly. "A young man who helped a child in need." Before Aladdin could reply, an eerie glow caught his eye. In the palace, red lights emanated from the tower where Jafar's chambers were located. The vizier was busy with his own plot. "The staff is almost ready, Iago," Jafar muttered, adding ingredients to a bubbling cauldron. "Soon its hypnotic power will be strong enough to control even the Sultan." Back on the roof, Jasmine and Aladdin shared a moment of contemplative silence. "Ali," she finally said, "sometimes I feel like I'm trapped in a life I didn't choose. Do you understand that?" Aladdin felt the weight of his own lie. "More than you know," he replied softly. "Sometimes appearances can be deceiving." When they returned to the palace, something had changed between them. Jasmine no longer saw just a suitor, but someone who seemed to truly understand her. And Aladdin, despite the guilt growing in his chest, was more in love than ever. The genie, who watched discreetly as he became a star in the sky, sighed, "Ah, young love, so beautiful and so complicated." That night, as Aladdin walked through the palace gardens, lost in thought about Jasmine, a shadow moved in the darkness. Jafar emerged from the bushes, his staff glowing menacingly. "Impressive demonstration, Prince Ali," he said with false cordiality. Or should I say, Aladdin? Aladdin's blood ran cold in his veins. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, but you do." Jafar smiled mischievously. "The street rat I found in the Cave of Wonders." I wonder what the princess would say if she knew the truth about her precious prince. Aladdin kept his composure, even though his heart was pounding frantically. "Your accusations are as empty as your loyalty to the Sultan." Jafar's smile only widened. "Be careful, boy. You're not the only one with secrets in this palace." With those words, he disappeared into the shadows, leaving Aladdin with an even heavier burden on his heart. In his makeshift room, Aladdin found the genie playing chess with himself. "Genie, what do I do? I can't keep lying to her." The genie paused his game, looking seriously at his friend. "The truth has a funny way of coming out, Al. The longer you wait, the more painful it will be." But before Aladdin could consider a confession, a guard rushed into his chambers. "Prince Ali, the Sultan, requests your immediate presence in the throne room. It's about the princess." Aladdin's heart raced as he ran through the palace corridors. As he entered the throne room, he found a disturbing scene. The Sultan was in a trance, his glazed eyes fixed on the red glow of Jafar's staff. Jasmine was handcuffed, guards holding her tightly as she struggled. "Ah, Prince Ali, how nice of you to join us." Jafar smiled mischievously. Or should I say, the street rat. "Dad, wake up, Jafar is controlling you," Jasmine shouted, but the Sultan remained motionless. "The Sultan has seen the truth about his favorite suitor." Jafar proclaimed, his voice echoing through the hall. A liar, a common thief who dared to pass himself off as royalty. It's a lie. Aladdin advanced, but guards quickly surrounded him. Abu, still in elephant form, tried to help, but Jafar turned him back into a small monkey with a flick of his staff. The magic, Jasmine gasped, realizing. So you're not really a prince? The look of disappointment in Jasmine's eyes went through Aladdin like a dagger. Jasmine, I can explain. Guards, Jafar ordered. Take this impostor to the dungeons. The sentence for deceiving the royal family is death at dawn. As he was dragged away, Aladdin saw the genie floating invisibly near the ceiling, his expression anguished. He could use his second wish to escape, but that would mean leaving Jasmine and the kingdom in Jafar's hands. In the dungeons chained to the cold wall, Aladdin finally let the weight of his lies fall on his shoulders. Abu snuggled up next to him, trying to comfort him. I've ruined everything, Abu, he whispered. I should have told you the truth from the start. A familiar blue glow filled the cell as the genie appeared. It's not over yet, Al. You still have 2 wishes. What kind of person would I be if I used magic to solve my problems again? Aladdin replied bitterly. That's how this mess started. Sometimes, Al, the real magic isn't in the wishes, but in what we do with them, the genie said wisely. Just then, the magic carpet slid through the bars of the cell window, bringing with it a surprised Jasmine. You have 1 minute to explain everything to me, she said firmly, her eyes shining with a mixture of anger and hope. The truth is, I'm just Aladdin, a thief of the streets, he confessed, finally setting his heart free. I found a magic lamp, and the genie turned me into a prince because I wanted to be worthy of you. But I realized too late that true nobility doesn't come from titles or wealth. The boy from the market, Jasmine whispered, the pieces falling into place. It was you, all along. Before they could continue, they heard footsteps approaching. Jafar is using dark magic to control your father, Aladdin explained quickly. He wants the throne for himself. And I have proof. The genie appeared, transformed into a detective with a magnifying glass. That chatty parrot of his can't keep a secret. Jasmine nodded determinedly. We need to stop him. But how? I have a plan. Aladdin smiled, his old adventurous spirit returning. But it will require all of us to work together. In the throne room, Jafar savored his imminent triumph, forcing the hypnotized sultan to sign decrees that would make him the new ruler. Iago flew around in circles, humming about his future as a royal parrot. Suddenly, the doors opened. Jasmine walked in, seemingly submissive. You win, Jafar. I agree to marry you. Excellent choice, princess. Jafar smiled victoriously, not noticing the magic carpet gliding silently behind him. Meanwhile, Aladdin, freed by one of the genie's tricks, was sneaking around the pillars of the hall. The plan was simple. Distract Jafar long enough to break his staff, the source of his hypnotic power. But before the wedding, Jasmine continued, approaching seductively, wouldn't you like to see how you look with the crown? Jafar's ego couldn't resist the temptation. When he reached out to take the crown, Jasmine offered Aladdin, jumped up, grabbing the staff. No! Jafar roared, his mask of sophistication falling away completely. In the ensuing struggle, the staff slipped out of both their hands, shattering as it hit the ground. A wave of magical energy swept through the hall, releasing the Sultan from his trance. "Guards, arrest the traitor," the Sultan ordered finally, aware of Jafar's treachery. But Jafar had one last card. "If I can't take the throne by cunning, I'll take it by force." He pulled out the lamp he had stolen from Aladdin during the confusion. "Genie, my first wish make me the most powerful being in the world." "No," Aladdin shouted, but it was too late. The genie, forced to obey, transformed Jafar into an all-powerful sorcerer. The vizier grew to the ceiling, his black robes turning into gloomy smoke. "Now, let's see who the real ruler of Agrabah is," Jafar thundered, launching bolts of energy that turned everything they touched into black gold. In the midst of the chaos, Aladdin realized something crucial. "Jasmine," he shouted over the roar of magic, "do you trust me?" Their eyes met through the magical storm, and in that moment, all lies and disguises disappeared. "I do," she replied. "Then hold on tight." Aladdin whistled, and the magic carpet caught them in mid-flight, dodging Jafar's attacks as they executed the final part of the plan. "Why are you running away from me?" Jafar roared. "I'm the most powerful being in the world." "Almost that," Aladdin teased. "The genie is even more powerful. He gave you your powers, and he can take them away." Jafar's eyes shone with understanding and greed. "Yes, yes, Genie, my second wish, make me an all-powerful genie." The genie covered his eyes, not wanting to see, but compelled to fulfill the wish. Jafar began to transform his body, growing and changing until he became a colossal red genie. The power, the absolute power. Jafar laughed, not noticing the black lamp that materialized at his feet, nor the golden chains that began to bind his wrists. "You forgot something, Jafar," Aladdin shouted. "Geniuses have a lot of power, but zero freedom." "No," Jafar shouted when he realized the trap, being sucked into his own lamp, along with Iago, who had tried to escape too late. With Jafar defeated, peace returned to the palace. The Sultan, impressed by Aladdin's bravery and intelligence, declared that the law was wrong. His daughter should have the right to marry whomever her heart chose. "And now," Jasmine asked, entwining her fingers in Aladdin's. "Now," he smiled, picking up the genie's lamp, "there's one more thing I need to do." Turning to his blue friend, he declared, "Genie, I wish you freedom." With a flash of light and the sound of chains breaking the genie's bracelets fell off, and his smoke-shaped legs turned into real feet. For the first time in millennia, he was truly free. "All," the genie smiled, tears in his eyes. "You are a true prince, not by magic or title, but by your heart." And so, under the starry sky of Agrabah, Aladdin and Jasmine discovered that true love doesn't need disguises or magical wishes, just the courage to be who you really are. In the crystalline depths of the ocean, where the sunlight danced in shades of blue and emerald across the waters, there was a majestic kingdom ruled by the mighty King Triton. His long silver hair waved with the sea currents, and his golden trident shone with the same intensity as his wise eyes. Among her 7 daughters, Marina, the youngest, was considered the most beautiful and mysterious of all. Marina had a voice that made the corals vibrate, and the fish stopped to listen. Her red hair floated like submerged flames, and her green eyes carried a curious gleam that reflected her restless soul. Unlike her sisters, who were content with the wonders of the underwater world, Marina dreamed of something more, something beyond the surface that intrigued her so much. In the palace of coral and pearls, Marina spent hours contemplating her secret treasure, a small cave full of objects recovered from shipwrecks, porcelain plates, silverware watches that had stood the test of time, and books with pages stained by salt water made up her private collection. Her best friend, Sebastian, a cautious red crab, always accompanied her on her explorations, even though he constantly tried to dissuade her from her fascination with the human world. Princess Marina, you know your father wouldn't approve of this, Sebastian would say, walking sideways over a coral shelf. The world above is dangerous for us sea creatures. But Marina just smiled, twirling a fork between her delicate fingers. How can something that creates such interesting objects be dangerous, Sebastian? Look at that. Humans call it a fork and use it to eat. Isn't it fascinating? The young mermaid knew that her 15th birthday was just around the corner, the age at which mermaids were allowed to surface for the first time. Her older sisters had already made the journey, and each had come back with stories that fed her curiosity even more. Stories about birds flying against the blue sky, about ships cutting through the waves like wooden giants, and about humans dancing under the stars. On a particularly stormy night, when the sea currents were stronger than usual, Marina noticed an unusual movement in the waters above. A majestic ship was cutting through the waves, and colored lights were exploding in the dark sky. Unable to contain her curiosity, she swam to the surface, ignoring Sebastian's desperate protests. As she surfaced, her heart raced at the most breathtaking sight she had ever seen. The ship was even bigger than she had imagined, decorated with colorful flags that danced in the wind. Music and laughter echoed through the air, and Marina approached, silently hiding behind one of the ship's large wheels. It was then that she saw him for the first time, a young prince with black hair and a gentle smile was dancing on deck surrounded by sailors and courtiers. His name was Eric, as Marina discovered from listening to the conversations above. There was something in his blue eyes that captivated her instantly, a kindness and vivacity that made her completely forget the world around her. But the happiness of that moment was brutally interrupted when dark clouds covered the stars and lightning cut through the sky. In a matter of minutes, a violent storm formed, turning the sea into a furious monster that shook the ship as if it were a toy. Marina watched in horror as the giant waves battered the ship. The sailors fought bravely against the fury of the sea, but it was a losing battle. Lightning struck the main mast, and flames began to devour the ship. In the midst of the chaos, Marina saw Prince Eric trying to help his crew, but a particularly strong wave threw him overboard. Without hesitation, she dived in after him. The waters were murky and choppy, but her mermaid eyes could see clearly through the darkness. She found the prince unconscious and sinking fast. With all her strength, she swam to him and wrapped her arms around him, fighting against the currents to bring him to the surface. The coast was not far away, but every moment was precious. Marina swam with determination, keeping the prince's face above water, singing softly to him an ancient melody of her people. When she finally reached the shore, the sky was beginning to lighten and the storm was diminishing in strength. She laid the prince gently on the sand, watching his pale face with concern. He was still breathing, but unconscious. Marina stroked his face with trembling fingers, feeling something awaken in her heart that she had never felt before. "Please live," she whispered, her melodious voice laden with emotion. "You have to live." The sound of approaching voices forced her back to the sea, but her eyes remained fixed on the figure of the prince until a young woman found him on the beach. Marina dived into the deep waters with a heart heavy with love and worry, knowing that her life would never be the same again. Back at the underwater palace, she ignored Sebastian's sermons about the danger she had been in. Her thoughts were fixed on Prince Eric, his gentle smile, and the moments she held him in her arms. It was then that she made a decision that would change her destiny forever. She would find a way to be part of his world, no matter what the price. In the darkness of her coral room, Marina began to map out her plan, still unaware of the high price that fate would charge for her dream of love. In the shadows of the ocean depths, the sea witch watched through her magical eyes, smiling mischievously as she waited for the young mermaid to take the first step towards her transformative destiny. In the days that followed Prince Eric's rescue, Marina became more distant and dreamy than ever. She would spend hours near the surface, hiding behind rocks near the beach, where she had left him, hoping to catch a glimpse of him walking along the sand. Her sisters noticed the change in her behavior, and concern began to spread throughout the underwater palace. "Marina is different," commented Pearl, the eldest of the sisters, during a family dinner. "She hardly touches her food and spends her days sighing in the corners." King Triton watched his youngest daughter with growing concern. He knew that distant look, well, the same one their mother had when she fell in love with him years ago. However, love between a mermaid and a human was something forbidden, too dangerous to even consider. One afternoon, while watching the prince from her usual position, Marina was surprised by Flounder, a little yellow fish, who was her childhood friend. "Marina, you can't go on like this," he said worriedly. "You're hurting yourself more and more." "I can't help it, Flounder," she replied, her green eyes fixed on Eric's distant figure. "Every time I see him, my heart seems to want to jump out of my chest. I need to find a way to be part of his world." It was then that Marina began to hear stories about Ursula, the sea witch. Whispers among the ocean currents spoke of her power to make impossible wishes come true for a price. Living in a cave in the darkest parts of the ocean, Ursula was feared by everyone, including King Triton himself. Sebastian, sensing Marina's thoughts, tried to intervene. "Princess, please get these thoughts out of your head. Ursula is dangerous. She destroys lives." But Marina had already made up her mind. One moonless night, while the palace slept, she quietly slipped out of her room. Sebastian and Flounder, who were watching her, tried to stop her, but her determination was greater than any warning. The path to Ursula's cave was dark and frightening. Deformed sea creatures, former victims of the witch, writhed on the seabed, their eyes glowing with silent warnings. Marina swam through them, her heart beating hard against her chest. The entrance to the cave looked like the mouth of a sea monster with rock formations resembling pointed teeth. 2 eels, Flotsam and Jetsam, glided around them, their yellow eyes twinkling mischievously. "Welcome, little princess," their voices echoed in unison. "The lady has been waiting for you." Inside the cave, Ursula emerged from the shadows. Half woman, half octopus, she had a sinister beauty that mesmerized. Her white hair floated like tentacles around her face, and a calculating smile played on her purple lips. "I know exactly why you're here, dear," said Ursula, her honeyed voice echoing off the cave walls. "You want to join your beloved prince in the surface world." Marina nodded, trying to hide her fear. "Yes, that's what I want, more than anything." "Well, that can be arranged," replied Ursula, swimming over to a large cauldron. "I can turn your tail into human legs, but the price will be high. You'll have to give me your voice." "My voice?" Marina asked, putting her hand to her throat. "Exactly. And there are more conditions." The witch continued her tentacles, moving sinuously. "Every step you take will be like stepping on sharp needles. You'll have 3 days to make the prince fall in love with you and give you a kiss of true love. If you fail at sunrise, on the 4th day, you'll turn into sea foam." Marina hesitated for a moment, thinking about the consequences. How could she make Eric fall in love with her without her voice? How could she bear the pain at every step? But the image of the prince, his gentle smile and kind eyes, strengthened her resolve. "I accept," she said firmly. Ursula smiled, revealing pointed teeth. With a gesture, she made a golden contract appear. "Then sign here, dear." Marina took the offered quill and with trembling hands signed her name. Immediately, a magical whirlwind enveloped her. Ursula began to sing an ancient and sinister song, her hands weaving complex spells in the air. A golden light came out of Marina's throat, her voice materializing in the shape of a small, glowing sphere. Ursula captured it in a shell necklace that she hung around her own neck. At the same moment, a sharp pain shot through Marina's body, her tail splitting into 2 human legs. Unable to breathe underwater with her new human lungs, Marina began to struggle desperately. Flounder and Sebastian, who had followed their friend there, rushed to help her, bringing her quickly to the surface. When they emerged, the sun was rising over the horizon, painting the sky pink and gold. Marina was taken to the same beach where she had saved Eric, her body trembling at the new sensation of the waves against her human skin. Every movement was torture, as Ursula had warned, but in her heart, a burning hope burned. Lying on the sand, watching the sun rise, Marina knew that her real journey had only just begun. 3 days to win Eric's love. 3 days to fulfill her dream or face a tragic fate. The clock was ticking, and with it, the biggest challenge of her life. The sun was already up when Marina heard voices approaching from the beach. Sebastian and Flounder quickly dived into the waves, leaving her alone on the sand. With difficulty, she sat up using pieces of a torn sail she found on the beach to cover her body. Every movement was an indescribable torture, as if thousands of needles were piercing her newly formed feet. It was then that she recognized him. Eric was walking along the beach, accompanied by his faithful dog, Max and Grimsby, his royal advisor. Marina's heart raced when their gazes met. Eric ran towards her, genuinely worried about the mysterious young woman he had met. "Are you all right? What happened?" he asked, taking off his coat and putting it over her shoulders. Marina tried to answer, but no sound came from her throat. She put her hand to her throat, remembering the price she had paid. "She seems to have been shipwrecked, Your Highness," observed Grimsby, "and she's apparently lost her voice." Eric helped Marina to her feet, supporting her as her legs shook with the stabbing pain. "Let's get you to the palace. You need medical attention and proper clothing." At the castle, Marina was met by Carlotta, the housekeeper, who helped her with a hot bath and dressed her in a beautiful blue dress, while her skilled hands combed Marina's long red hair. Carlotta chattered happily about the prince and his search for the mysterious young woman who had saved him during the storm. "He talks of nothing but this girl with the most beautiful voice he's ever heard," Carlotta commented, not noticing how Marina paled at her words. "He's determined to find her and make her his wife." During dinner that night, Marina made an effort to behave like a lady of the surface, carefully observing how the others used the cutlery, the forks that fascinated her so much in her underwater collection. Eric couldn't take his eyes off her, enchanted by her natural grace and genuine curiosity about everything around her. "You remind me of someone," he said, studying her face. "Your eyes have something familiar about them." Marina smiled, wishing desperately that she could tell him the truth, that she was the one who had saved him. Over the next few days, Eric dedicated himself to showing Marina his kingdom. Despite the constant pain in her feet, she accompanied him at all times, amazed at each new discovery of the human world. They took carriage rides through the city, danced in the market to the sound of street musicians, even if every step was agony, and shared quiet moments in the palace gardens. Sebastian and Flounder watched them discreetly from the shore, hoping that Marina would manage to win the prince's love before it was too late. The crab even organized a choir of sea creatures to create a romantic atmosphere during a boat trip, but his efforts were interrupted by noisy seagulls. On a particularly beautiful afternoon, Eric took Marina for a boat trip on the lagoon. The sun was setting over the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold that reminded Marina of her home in the deep. Eric rowed gently, his eyes fixed on her. "You know," he began, "since you came along, something has changed in me. It's as if, like I've been waiting for you without knowing it." Marina felt her heart race at these words. Eric leaned towards her, their faces ever closer, but before their lips could touch, the boat rocked violently, almost capsizing. Two familiar figures slid into the dark waters, Flotsam and Jetsam, Ursula's eels, who had been sent to make sure Marina failed in her mission. The moment was broken, and Eric quickly rowed back to the shore, concerned for Marina's safety. As they walked back to the castle, he held her hand affectionately, but something in his gaze had changed a shadow of doubt or worry that hadn't been there before. That night, alone in her room, Marina watched the stars through the window, thinking of her family in the depths of the ocean. King Triton had noticed their disappearance and ordered searches throughout the underwater kingdom. Her sisters swam tirelessly, calling out to her, their worried voices echoing through the waters. From his lookout post on the beach, Sebastian watched the castle with apprehension. Time was running out fast. Marina had just one more day to get the kiss of true love. Ursula's words echoed in his mind like a dark omen. If you fail at sunrise, on the fourth day, you will turn into sea foam. In the darkness of her cave, Ursula watched everything through her crystal ball, a mischievous smile on her purple lips. Soon, very soon, she murmured, stroking the necklace that held Marina's voice. Triton's daughter will be mine, and then the kingdom of the sea itself will fall into my hands. Marina's fate hung by a thread balanced between Eric's growing love and the relentless time that was running against her. The stars shone in the night sky as silent witnesses to her dilemma, while the sea whispered ancient melodies of love and loss in the dark depths. The next morning, a commotion swept through the castle. A mysterious young woman had arrived on the beach, her melodious voice echoing through the halls of the palace. Eric, upon hearing that familiar song, ran towards her as if bewitched. Marina watched from her bedroom window, her heart clenching, as she recognized her own voice coming from the stranger's lips. It was Vanessa, actually Ursula, in disguise, wearing the necklace that contained Marina's stolen voice. Her long black hair and violet dress contrasted with her pale skin, and her eyes sparkled with a malice that only Marina seemed to notice. "It's her," exclaimed Eric, amazed. "The voice I've been looking for so long. The girl who saved me from shipwreck." Marina tried desperately to get his attention, to make him realize the mistake. But without her voice, her gestures just looked like the expression of a jealous young woman. Grimsby, impressed by the developments, immediately began preparations for a royal wedding. "The wedding will take place tomorrow, at sunset on the royal ship," he announced, while Vanessa smiled triumphantly, her necklace glinting subtly in the daylight. Sebastian and Flounder watched in horror from the beach. "We need to do something," exclaimed the little fish, swimming nervously in circles. "That witch is fooling everyone." Marina spent the rest of the day following Eric and Vanessa around the castle, her heart breaking every time she saw him smile at the impostor. The pain in her feet seemed insignificant compared to the agony in her chest. When night came, she took refuge in the palace gardens, letting her silent tears fall into the sea. It was then that Scuttle, a seagull, who was always in the way, but Marina's loyal friend, came flying in. "Marina, Marina, you won't believe what I've seen." The seagull began to tell how she had witnessed Vanessa in her bedroom, her true sea witch form revealed in a mirror as she laughed and plotted her revenge on King Triton. With this revelation, a plan began to form. Sebastian dived into the depths to warn King Triton, while Flounder rounded up all the sea creatures he could find. Scuttle flew in to mobilize his fellow gulls and other seabirds. The morning of the wedding arrived with a surprisingly clear sky. The royal ship was magnificently decorated with flowers and ribbons, and guests from all over the kingdom arrived to celebrate. Marina, dressed in a simple pink dress, watched the preparations with a heavy heart, knowing that at sunset her fate would be sealed. When the ceremony began, Vanessa walked the deck of the ship like a true queen, her white wedding dress trailing behind her. Eric seemed to be in a kind of trance, his eyes glazed over and an empty smile on his face. Suddenly, the sky was filled with dozens of seabirds. Seagulls dived towards Vanessa, tugging at her hair and dress. Dolphins and seals shook the ship, while crabs and starfish climbed up the hull, creating controlled chaos. In the midst of the confusion, Vanessa's necklace broke, releasing Marina's voice in a golden sphere that floated back to its true owner. The moment the voice returned to her throat, Marina began to sing, and Eric finally awoke from the spell. "It was you," he exclaimed, running towards her. "You saved me that night." But before they could get any closer, the sun began to set over the horizon. Vanessa now revealed, as Ursula let out a terrible laugh that echoed across the sea. "Too late, little princess." Marina felt a sharp pain run through her body as her legs began to transform back into a mermaid's tail. Ursula, regaining her true form, grabbed Marina with her tentacles and dived into the sea, dragging her with her. "Marina!" shouted Eric, without hesitating to dive in after them. In the depths, King Triton appeared, his trident glowing menacingly. "Ursula, free my daughter." "Oh, but we have a contract, Triton dear," replied the sea witch, displaying the golden parchment with Marina's signature. Unless what?" asked the king, his voice trembling slightly. "Unless you want to take her place," suggested Ursula, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "Her crown for her life. What do you say, your majesty?" Marina tried to protest, but Ursula's tentacles held her firmly in place. Above them, Eric swam desperately, looking for a way to help, while Sebastian and Flounder tried to guide him through the dark waters. King Triton looked at his youngest daughter, seeing in her the same unconditional love that her mother had shown years ago. With a flick of his trident, he pointed to the contract, turning Marina's signature into his own. "No, Dad," cried Marina, but it was too late. A magical whirlwind enveloped King Triton, and within seconds, he had transformed into a small sea creature, another of Ursula's many imprisoned souls. The sea witch grabbed the crown and trident, her power growing exponentially as she laughed maniacally. "The kingdom of the sea is finally mine." Marina floated in shock, watching her transformed father, while Eric continued to swim towards her. The darkness of the deep seemed to swallow up all hope, but in his eyes shone a fierce determination. The battle for the kingdom of the sea had only just begun, and Marina knew she would need all her courage and Eric's love to face what lay ahead. Ursula grew in size and power, Triton's trident amplifying her dark magic as she rose from the depths of the ocean. The surface of the sea began to bubble violently, and a storm formed in the sky, with lightning cutting through the dark clouds. Marina, seeing her father transformed into a helpless little sea creature, felt an unknown force grow inside her. Eric, who was still swimming nearby, finally managed to reach her. Their eyes met in the midst of the chaos, and in that moment, they both knew what they needed to do. "The necklace," shouted Sebastian, swimming frantically around them. "The necklace she wore before still has some of the original magic." Marina dived towards the wreckage of the ship, where she had first met Eric, with him following close behind. Among the debris, the necklace glowed faintly, still bearing traces of Ursula's original spell. Meanwhile, above them, the sea witch was using her trident to create a gigantic whirlpool, bringing shipwrecks up from the depths. "Poor unfortunate souls," thundered Ursula, her voice echoing across the ocean. "Behold your new queen." Marina reached for the necklace, just as one of the resurfaced ships almost crushed them. Eric, displaying extraordinary courage, swam through the floating wreckage, grabbing a broken spear from one of the figureheads. Marina's sisters emerged from the turbulent waves, bringing with them an army of sea creatures. Even mermaids and Tritons from distant kingdoms came to their aid, recognizing the threat Ursula posed to all the oceans. "We need to take the trident from her," shouted Marina to Eric, her voice barely audible over the roar of the storm. Flounder and Sebastian coordinated a diversionary attack, leading schools of fish that swam in formation, confusing the sea witch's vision. The seagulls, led by Scuttle, plunged from the sky like arrows, striking Ursula in the face. Eric, taking advantage of the distraction, swam over to one of the resurfaced ships and began to climb its sloping hull. Marina followed her tail, providing enough momentum to keep up with him. The necklace around her neck began to glow more brightly as they approached Ursula. "Insignificant insects!" roared the witch, shooting lightning bolts from her trident in all directions. One of them hit the ship, where Eric and Marina were causing it to tilt dangerously. It was then that Marina realized what she needed to do. Concentrating on the love she felt for Eric, for her father, for her family, and for the ocean itself, she began to sing, her voice amplified by the residual magic of the necklace, created a harmony that made the waters vibrate. The souls imprisoned by Ursula, including King Triton, began to resonate with Marina's melody. The sea witch felt her power falter, the trident trembling in her hands. Eric, seeing his chance, threw the spear with all his might, hitting Ursula's arm and causing her to drop the trident. Marina dived to catch it, but Ursula was quicker, grabbing her with her tentacles. "Did you really think you could beat me, little princess?" At that crucial moment, Eric leapt from the ship, grabbing the trident before it sank into the depths. With one swift movement, he threw it towards Marina, who managed to free herself from Ursula's tentacles, using her tail as leverage. Holding her father's trident, Marina felt its power flow through her. The music in her heart turned into pure energy, and with a cry that mixed pain and determination, she pointed the trident at Ursula. A ray of golden light pierced the sea witch's chest. Ursula began to fall apart, her gigantic body turning into dark foam that dissipated into the waves. With her destruction, all her curses were broken. The imprisoned souls returned to their original forms, including King Triton, who regained his crown and majestic appearance. The storm began to calm down, and the sun broke through the clouds. Marina swam over to Eric, who was floating exhausted on the surface. Her father watched them, finally understanding the depth of the love between them. "Marina, my daughter," said King Triton, his voice gentle, "you have shown more courage and true love than I ever imagined possible." With a flick of his trident, which Marina returned respectfully, he created an arc of golden light that enveloped his youngest daughter. Marina felt a familiar tingle run through her body, but this time there was no pain, just a warm sensation of transformation. "Go ahead, my little one," smiled Triton. "Live your life with the one who won your heart." Marina looked at her legs human again, and then at Eric, who was smiling with tears in his eyes. They swam together to the beach, where they were greeted by a crowd who had witnessed the epic battle. The wedding was celebrated both on land and at sea. Sea creatures and humans gathered to witness the union that bridged the distance between two worlds. Marina, radiant in her white dress, could see her sisters smiling from the waves, while Sebastian, led a choir of fish that sang joyfully. Eric and Marina built their castle by the sea with a staircase that went straight down to the water, allowing her to visit her family whenever she wished. Over time, they became a bridge between the two worlds, promoting peace and understanding between humans and sea creatures. At night, when the moon shone over the waves, Marina still sang the ancient melodies of her people, her voice carrying stories of love, courage, and sacrifice across the waters. And in every note, in every word, was the reminder that true love has the power to transcend any barrier, even those between land and sea. In a kingdom not so far away, where the flowers seemed to dance in the wind and the birds sang melodies that made even the most serious people smile, lived Princess Aurora. Her name promised the light of dawn, but her demeanor was far from inspiring. Aurora had everything a princess could wish, for silk dresses, glittering jewels, and servants who catered to her every whim before she could even utter them. King Edward, her father, was a kind man who, after the Queen's early death, dedicated himself to raising his daughter in the best way he could. Unfortunately, his interpretation of best way meant never saying no to Aurora, resulting in a young girl who believed the world revolved around her. On that particular spring morning, Aurora woke up annoyed because a single rose petal had fallen onto her feather pillow. "Margaret," she shouted, calling out to her lady in waiting, "how dare you leave the windows open at night? Now I have petals on my bed." Margaret, a middle-aged lady who had served the royal family for decades, just sighed patiently. "Forgive me, Your Highness. The windows were closed, but the flowers in your garden are especially fragrant this morning. I thought you'd appreciate the scent." "Well, you thought wrong," Aurora replied, tossing back her golden hair. "Prepare my milk and honey bath, and make sure the temperature is perfect this time." As Margaret hurried to fulfill the princess's wishes, Aurora gazed at her reflection in the ornate mirror. Her blue eyes sparkled like sapphires, and her skin was as delicate as lily petals. She knew she was beautiful. Everyone in the kingdom said so, but lately something had been bothering her, a feeling of emptiness that not even her luxurious dresses or jewelry could fill. In the palace garden, after her elaborate morning ritual, Aurora decided to go for a walk, not because she enjoyed nature, but because she had heard that walking kept her figure slim. As she walked along the perfectly manicured paths, she noticed something different, a small lake that she had never paid attention to before. The crystal clear waters reflected the blue sky, and aquatic flowers decorated its edges. It was then that she heard a peculiar voice which seemed to come from one of the water lilies. "Well, well, if it isn't the prettiest and most spoiled princess in the kingdom." Aurora spun on her heels, looking for the source of the voice. "Who dares speak to me like that?" "Down here, Your Highness," said the voice, and Aurora lowered her eyes to find a plump green toad sitting comfortably on a water lily leaf. It was no ordinary frog. Its eyes had an almost human gleam, and it wore what looked like a tiny golden crown. "A talking frog!" exclaimed Aurora, taking a step back. That's impossible. As impossible as a princess who has never learned to say please and thank you," replied the frog, with a tone of amusement in his voice. "Allow me to introduce myself, Prince Thaddeus of Greenwood. Or at least, that's what I was, before I was transformed into this not very majestic form." Aurora laughed scornfully. "A prince? You please, that's ridiculous. I know all the princes in the neighboring kingdoms, and I've never heard of Greenwood or a prince called Thaddeus." The toad jumped onto a rock closer to the princess. "Maybe because Greenwood is a kingdom far, far away. Or maybe," he paused dramatically, "because you're so busy admiring your own reflection that you've never bothered to really get to know others." The frog's words hit Aurora like a slap. She felt her cheeks flush with anger and shame. "How dare you guards? Guards? They won't come," said the toad calmly. "Right now only you can see and hear me. It's part of the enchantment." Aurora crossed her arms. "And I suppose you're going to tell me that you need a kiss to break the spell, like in those silly stories my nanny used to tell me." "Precisely," exclaimed the frog, his eyes shining. "A kiss from a pure-hearted princess can break my curse. But," he added with a more serious tone, "I'm afraid you don't qualify at the moment." "What, I'm a princess?" Aurora protested indignantly. "Being a princess is more than wearing crowns and giving orders, my dear. It's about having compassion, wisdom, and humility, qualities that, forgive me for saying, so you have yet to develop." Aurora felt something strange in her chest, a mixture of anger and curiosity. Part of her wanted to simply turn her back and return to her comfortable world of privilege, but another part, a part she barely recognized, was intrigued. What if I kiss you just like that?" she asked, more to tease than out of real interest. The frog smiled, or at least seemed to smile as much as a frog can. "Well, you can try, but I warn you, the result may not be what you expect." Moved by an impulse she couldn't explain, Aurora leaned over and, closing her eyes tightly, gave the toad a quick kiss on the top of its head. When she opened her eyes, nothing had changed. The frog was still a frog, and she was still herself. "See, I told you it wouldn't work," said Thaddeus, sounding more amused than disappointed. "But don't worry, princess. This story has only just begun, and you have a lot to learn, as do I." Aurora felt something change inside her at that moment. Perhaps it was anger at having been deceived, or shame at having really believed that a kiss would turn a frog into a prince. But there was something else, an unsettling feeling that her life was about to change in ways she couldn't imagine. "And what happens now?" she asked, surprising herself with a genuine curiosity in her voice. "Now," replied Thaddeus, "your real journey begins. And believe me, Princess Aurora, it will be a much more interesting adventure than choosing dresses and giving orders to servants." Aurora spent the rest of that day restless, her mind constantly returning to the peculiar encounter in the garden. During dinner with her father, she barely touched her favorite meal, absent-mindedly stirring her fork through the perfectly prepared vegetables. "My dear, is everything all right?" asked King Edward, noticing his daughter's unusual behavior. "Yes, father," she replied automatically, but then hesitated. "Actually, do you believe in magic?" The king smiled gently, his eyes shining with a wisdom that Aurora rarely noticed. "I believe that magic is everywhere, but not always in the way we expect to find it." That night, Aurora couldn't sleep. For the first time in years, she dismissed Margaret early and was left alone with her thoughts. The frog's words echoed in her mind. Being a princess is more than wearing crowns and giving orders. The next morning, she returned to the lake, this time without her usual entourage of servants. Thaddeus was there, as if waiting for her. "Good morning, princess," he greeted cheerfully. "I see you've decided to come back." "I had nothing better to do," she lied, trying to maintain her haughty pose. But something in her tone betrayed her. "Well, since you're here," said Thaddeus, "how about a little adventure?" Aurora raised an eyebrow. What kind of adventure could a frog provide? "The kind that starts with a challenge," he replied. "For a whole day you must carry out 3 tasks without any help from your servants." "That's ridiculous," protested Aurora. "I'm a princess. I don't need—" "It's precisely because you're a princess that you need to learn," interrupted Thaddeus. "How do you expect to rule a kingdom if you don't know how things really work?" The words hit Aurora hard. She had never thought about it before. One day she would be queen, and the idea suddenly frightened her. "All right," she conceded, surprising herself. "What are the tasks?" "First task, prepare your own breakfast. Second, sew a button on a dress. Third, help in the palace garden for an hour." Aurora laughed nervously. "You're joking, right? I don't know how—" "Exactly," said Thaddeus with a satisfied smile. "And that's why you need to learn." Reluctantly, Aurora headed for the palace kitchen. The servants were stunned to see her enter, but she dismissed them with a gesture. Alone for the first time in the kitchen, she stared at the utensils as if they were alien objects. After breaking 3 eggs on the floor, burning a piece of toast, and spilling milk everywhere, she finally managed to prepare something vaguely edible. The taste was nowhere near as good as what she was used to, but there was something strangely satisfying about having made it herself. The second task proved equally challenging. Margaret tried to help her with the needle and thread, but Aurora, remembering the challenge, politely refused for the first time in her life, using "please" and "thank you" sincerely. After several attempts and a few stubbed toes, she managed to fasten the button. It wasn't perfect, but it was firm. The third task was the most difficult. The royal gardener, Mr. Thompson, an old man with calloused hands and a sun-scorched face, showed her how to pull weeds and loosen the soil. "Flowers are like people, Your Highness," he explained gently. "They need care, attention, and sometimes a bit of hard work to truly bloom." By the end of the day, Aurora was exhausted, dirty and disheveled, a sight that would have horrified her just a day earlier. She returned to the lake where Thaddeus was waiting for her. "I did it," she announced, dropping to the soft grass. "I did everything you asked." "And what have you learned?" asked the frog. Aurora was silent for a moment, reflecting. "I learned that things are harder than they seem, and that the people who do these tasks every day deserve more respect than I used to give them." "Excellent start," Thaddeus approved. "But this is only the beginning of your journey." "Are there more tasks?" she asked, part apprehensive, part curious. "Oh, yes," he replied with a twinkle in his eye. "A lot more. But first, tell me, how do you feel now?" Aurora looked down at her hands, slightly calloused from working in the garden. "Different. Tired, but satisfied somehow, as if I'd really achieved something today." "You have," confirmed Thaddeus. You took an important first step towards becoming not just a better princess, but a better person. That night, as she prepared for bed, Aurora looked at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was slightly flushed from the sun, and there was a different sparkle in her eyes. For the first time, she saw beyond her outer beauty and began to question who she really was on the inside. Before falling asleep, she did something she had never done before. She thanked Margaret for all her years of dedicated service. Her lady-in-waiting's surprised and touched smile made Aurora realize that perhaps there really was magic in the world. Not the magic of fairy tales, but something deeper and more meaningful. And as sleep enveloped her, she wondered what other lessons the peculiar frog prince had to teach her. The next morning, Aurora woke up with a new perspective. Instead of shouting for Margaret, she opened her bedroom curtains herself, letting the golden sunlight in. Thaddeus's words about her journey were still echoing in her mind when she decided to return to the lake. "Ah, you're back," exclaimed the frog, jumping happily over the water lilies. "And I see you're not wearing your usual jewelry today." Aurora unconsciously touched her bare neck. "I thought they might get in the way, depending on what you had planned for today." "Very perceptive," replied Thaddeus, with a toadesque smile. "Today, we're going to work on something even more important than practical tasks. We're going to exercise your heart." "My heart?" asked Aurora, confused. "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing's wrong. It's just dormant, like a seed that needs water and sun to sprout," explained Thaddeus. "Today, you'll be visiting 3 people in the kingdom who need help." Aurora frowned. "But we have advisors for that. They look after the needs of the people. Exactly the kind of thinking we need to change," replied Thaddeus. "A true leader knows her people personally. Come, I'll guide you." So began an unusual journey, a princess following a leaping frog along the paths of the kingdom. People looked on curiously, but Aurora was too determined to care about the whispers. The first stop was the house of an old woman who lived alone on the outskirts of the castle. Her small hut had a roof that was in urgent need of repair. Lady Maria introduced Thaddeus, one of the best weavers in the kingdom, before her eyesight began to fail. Aurora observed the lady, who was trying to repair a loom with trembling hands. Without thinking twice, she approached and asked if she could help. "Princess," the lady's eyes widened. "What are you doing in my humble home?" I've come to see how I can help," Aurora replied, surprised at her own sincerity. Over the next 2 hours, Aurora learned about weaving, heard stories about what the kingdom was like when her mother was still alive, and promised to send someone to fix the roof, a promise that, for the first time, she really intended to keep. The second visit was to a family with 5 children. The father had been injured, working in the fields, and couldn't provide for them temporarily. The children, although hungry, smiled and played. "How can they be happy with so little?" whispered Aurora to Thaddeus. "Because they have each other," he replied simply. "Sometimes the greatest wealth isn't in the kingdom's coffers." Aurora spent the afternoon helping her mother prepare soup with the few ingredients available. Her culinary skills were still precarious, but the children applauded her efforts as if it were the finest royal banquet. The last visit was to the kingdom's orphanage. Aurora had always known of its existence, but had never been interested in getting to know it. As she entered, her heart squeezed at the sight of so many children without families. Don't they have anyone? She asked Thaddeus, her voice breaking. They have each other, and now they have you too if you choose. A small girl approached Aurora, offering a wildflower. It's for you, princess. You're even more beautiful than they say. Aurora felt tears welling up in her eyes, not from vanity, as was usually the case when she received compliments, but from genuine emotion. She spent the rest of the afternoon listening to stories, playing games, and promising herself that she would make significant changes to those children's lives. When she returned to the castle, it was already evening. Her father, King Edward, was waiting for her worriedly. Where have you been all day, my child? Really getting to know our kingdom father, she replied, hugging him. And I've learned so much. Can we talk about some changes you'd like to propose? The king noticed something different in his daughter's eyes, a maturity that hadn't been there before. Of course, dear. Let's have dinner, and you can tell me all about it. During dinner, Aurora spoke passionately about everything she had witnessed, about Madame Maria and her loom about the family in need, about the children in the orphanage. To her surprise, her father listened attentively, occasionally taking notes. I'm proud of you, Aurora, he said at last. Your mother always said that one day you would discover your true purpose as a princess. It seems that day has come. Later by the lake, Aurora shared with Thaddeus the results of her conversation with the king. He's agreed to set up a special fund to help families in need, she said excitedly. And we're going to renovate the orphanage. Easy, laughed Thaddeus. Rome wasn't built in a day. The important thing is that you're beginning to see beyond your own reflection. Aurora gazed at the lake water, watching her reflection ripple gently. You know, Thaddeus, I'm beginning to understand why the kiss didn't work that first day. I wasn't the princess I needed to be. And now, he asked, now I know I still have a lot to learn, but I want to learn. I want to be better. The frog nodded in satisfaction. That's exactly the kind of magic we were looking for. True transformation is not always visible to the eye. As the stars began to dot the night sky, Aurora realized that her life had changed irrevocably, not because of a magical kiss or an enchantment, but because of something much more powerful, the discovery of her own heart. In the days that followed, Aurora established a new routine. Every morning, before the sun had even risen, she met Thaddeus at the lake to discuss the day's lessons. Her father, King Edward, noted with satisfaction the changes in his daughter, especially her growing concern for the well-being of the kingdom. Today, announced Thaddeus on a particularly cool morning, we're going to talk about promises and responsibilities. Aurora sat down on the grass, already accustomed to their morning conversations. I've kept all the promises I've made recently, she defended herself. Yes, and that's admirable, agreed the frog. But today I want you to understand the weight of a royal promise. Do you know the history of your kingdom? Aurora hesitated. She certainly knew the basic stories that her tutors had taught her, but she realized that she had never really been interested in the history of her people. Perhaps not as well as I should, she admitted. Then today, you'll find out. Go to the royal library and look through the ancient records of the kingdom. There's one story in particular that you need to know. In the library, Aurora found Margaret organizing some books. Her lady in waiting smiled as she entered, a genuine smile. no longer the cautious one she used to give. "Margaret," Aurora called out, "how well do you know the history of the kingdom?" "Oh yes, your highness. My family has served the crown for generations." "What specific history are you looking for?" "Actually, I don't know exactly," Aurora confessed, "but something tells me I'll know when I find it." They spent the morning among ancient scrolls and books. Aurora discovered that unlike what she had imagined, reading wasn't tedious when you were genuinely interested. It was then that she came across a particular record that caught her eye. "Margaret, look at this," she exclaimed. 100 years ago, there was a great drought in the kingdom. The people were starving and desperate." "Ah, yes," nodded Margaret. "The great drought. That's when your great-great-grandmother, Queen Eleanor, took the great oath." Aurora read eagerly. Queen Eleanor had promised the people that as long as there was food in the castle, no citizen of the kingdom would go hungry. She turned part of the royal gardens into community gardens and set up a food distribution system that still worked today, although Aurora had never paid any attention to it. "That's why we have the royal barns," exclaimed Aurora, connecting the dots, "and the harvest festivals." "Exactly," smiled Margaret. "Every monarch since has renewed that oath. It's one of the kingdom's most important traditions." Aurora read on, discovering other promises made by her ancestors, commitments to education, health, protection. Each promise had changed the kingdom in some way, creating the structures she had always taken for granted. She returned to the lake with her head full of thoughts. Thaddeus was waiting patiently. "So," he said, "what have you discovered?" "I discovered that being royalty is not about privileges, but about responsibilities," she replied. "Every promise made by my ancestors has shaped the kingdom in some way." "And that makes you think about your own promises?" Aurora reflected on the promises she had made recently to help Lady Mary to support the family in need to improve the orphanage. "Yes, each promise is like planting a seed. It needs to be carefully cultivated." "Excellent analogy," Thaddeus approved. "And speaking of seeds, how's the community garden you started?" Aurora smiled, remembering the project she had started after her visit to the family in need. She had converted part of the castle's ornamental gardens into vegetable gardens following her great-great-grandmother's example. "It's growing," she replied. "The children from the orphanage come to help every afternoon. It's amazing to see how proud they are when something they've planted starts to sprout." "And you, do you feel proud?" "I do, but it's different from the pride I used to feel. Before it was about me, my looks, or my talents. Now, it's about seeing others grow, about making a difference." At that moment, a butterfly landed on the water lily next to Thaddeus. Aurora watched its colorful wings and thought about how she herself was transforming, not by magic, but through small daily changes. "Thaddeus," she began hesitantly, "about that first day, when you said you were a bewitched prince, was it true?" The frog looked at her with his enigmatic eyes. "What do you think?" "I think that perhaps the real curse wasn't your frog form, but my inability to see beyond appearances." "You're getting wiser every day, princess," he replied with a smile. Aurora spent the rest of the day revisiting the projects she had started. At the orphanage, she helped the children with their lessons. She herself had insisted that they have regular teachers. In the community garden, she worked alongside the villagers, her once delicate hands now calloused by honest work. In the evening, over dinner with her father, she finally plucked up the courage to make a special request. "Dad," she began, "I'd like to take part in the next royal council. I want to better understand how decisions are made and how I can help improve the lives of our people." King Edward looked at her with surprise and pride. "Of course, my child. In fact, I've been waiting for you to ask." "Was I?" "Yes. You have shown a genuine interest in the kingdom and its responsibilities. It's time to start preparing you properly for your future role as queen." Aurora felt the weight of those words, but unlike a few weeks ago, she didn't feel scared. Instead, she felt ready to face the challenge. Later in her quarters, Aurora wrote in her diary a habit she had recently acquired. She recorded her discoveries about the history of the kingdom, her plans for the future, and her reflections on how she had changed. Perhaps, she wrote, "the real magic is not in turning frogs into princes, but in turning hearts of stone into hearts that care." Autumn arrived in the kingdom, and with it, a gentle change in the colors of the leaves that perfectly reflected the transformation Aurora had undergone. At her first royal council meeting, she surprised everyone with her insightful observations and practical suggestions for improving the lives of the citizens. "The princess has shown a wisdom beyond her years," one of the senior counselors commented to King Edward after the meeting. That afternoon, Aurora went to the lake as usual, but something was different. Thaddeus was not at his usual water lily. Worried, she searched among the water flowers and called his name several times. "Looking for someone?" A familiar voice sounded behind her, but it wasn't the friendly croak she was used to. Aurora turned and froze. In front of her stood a young man, tall and elegant, with eyes she would recognize in any form, the same piercing, gentle eyes as Thaddeus. "How?" she began, but the words failed her. "Remember what I said about true magic?" he asked, smiling. "It wasn't about kisses or instant enchantments. It was about transformation, yours and mine." Aurora sat down on the grass, trying to process what she was seeing. "So you really were a prince?" "I'm Thaddeus of Greenwood, yes," he confirmed, taking a seat next to her. "But my story is a little different from what you first imagined." He explained that he had been sent by his own kingdom, disguised as an enchanted frog, to help Aurora on her journey of self-discovery. The magic was real, but it only served as a means to a greater end. "My kingdom and yours have an ancient alliance," he continued. "When your father expressed concern about your future as ruler, my family offered to help in an unconventional way." Aurora should have been irritated by the manipulation, but instead she felt grateful. "You could have simply introduced yourself as a visiting prince." "And you would have listened to me?" he asked, raising an eyebrow in a familiar way. Aurora laughed, recognizing the truth in his words. "Probably not. I was so—" "You were exactly who you needed to be to start your journey," he interrupted gently. "We each have our own path to growth." In the days that followed, Aurora continued her work in the kingdom with even more dedication. The orphanage now had its own school. The community garden was flourishing, and she had established a regular program of visits to different parts of the kingdom. Thaddeus remained her advisor now, officially, and together they implemented significant changes. The pampered princess, who had once complained about petals on her pillow, now spent her days working tirelessly for the well-being of her people. One afternoon, while supervising the construction of a new wing at the orphanage, Thaddeus noticed Aurora watching the children play. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. "About how true nobility has nothing to do with titles or crowns," she replied. "It's in what we do for others, in the promises we keep, in the love we share." "You've really learned your lessons," he smiled. "I had an excellent teacher," she replied, returning his smile. Even if he was a frog for a while. King Edward watched the changes in his daughter with growing pride. The kingdom prospered under her ever-increasing influence, and the people loved her not for her outward beauty, but for her kindness and dedication. One starry night, Aurora and Thaddeus walked through the palace gardens, now very different from the purely ornamental beds of before. Flowers and vegetables grew side by side, symbolizing the union between beauty and utility that Aurora had learned to value. "You know," she said, stopping near the pond where it all began, "I think I've finally understood the true meaning of that kiss story." "And what would that be?" he asked, curious. "It wasn't about changing someone into something else. It was about seeing the true essence of each person, about looking beyond appearances and finding the beauty within." Thaddeus nodded, satisfied. "And what else?" "That sometimes we need to lose ourselves to find ourselves. That true royalty is not in blood or title, but in actions and heart." The kingdom continued to prosper under the shared leadership of Aurora and Thaddeus, who eventually married not out of convenience or political arrangement, but out of a love born of mutual respect and true understanding. And so, the story that began with a kiss that wasn't magical ended with the most powerful magic of all, the transformation of a heart through love, compassion, and wisdom. The lake, where it all began, became a special place in the kingdom where people went to reflect and find inspiration. And if anyone paid close attention, they might hear the distant croaking of a frog, reminding everyone that true magic lies not in instant transformations, but in the gradual changes we make to our lives and the hearts we touch along the way. The pampered princess who once existed was now just a distant memory, replaced by a wise and compassionate leader who understood that true nobility comes not from birth, but from the choices we make every day. And so, our story ends not with an instant happily ever after, but with the ongoing promise of growth, love, and transformation, the most powerful magic of all.